Listen, brother, everyone looks at you and thinks you're a tiny little boy.
Posting on Twitter.
Hard.
It's the gayest soy thing you can do.
Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the clock.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this. Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic, bare minimum thing you can do. Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than. Can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a day where Santa Claus is even celebrating. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you already know what it is. It's Monday, December 15th, 2025, and it's actually 12:30 p.m. And I'm a little late, and I apologize for the tardiness, for the delay, but there's a good reason for it, and I will tell you all about it right now. But before I get into it, before I get into the personal news segment of the broadcast, where I tell you all about what I did between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button, so help me God, for all the parasocialists. I want to give a shout out to Teresa Sweetheart once again. Criminally underrated HasanAbi intro here, titled Hasan is Streaming, theme song for my favorite socialist himbo, official version. Okay? But yes, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and why I'm late is a part of the personal news, and I'm going to give you all of that good stuff right now. So, ended the broadcast yesterday after a tumultuous 8-hour all-news Sunday fun day, which didn't really feature a lot of fun, but mostly just news coverage, news broadcast. And that's because there was a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in the world in Australia. There was a lot going on in different parts of the planet. Okay. So obviously I had to cover it all. Now, did you get your Korean fried chicken? No. But what I was gonna say is, streets are saying you hurt your foot because your rage broke them ankles balling with you. Streets are lying, but what else is new? Okay, so ended the broadcast last night. The ankle is not getting better at all, which I thought it would at this point. It would start to get a little bit better. You know, the swelling would get better by now, or start to get better. It was not getting better, so I was like, oh fuck. Woke up throughout the night on numerous occasions yelling, and although initially I was supposed to go and work out this morning, upper body day, nothing, no weight being placed on my ankle, right? I was a little bit worried because the swelling is much worse than last time. Swelling is much worse than last time I sprained my ankle on the right ankle, right? So I was like, fuck it. Maybe there's something to it. Maybe I should go and get this checked out. This is what it looked like on the left side of the foot last night. And then, I posted on Twitter as well about what it looked like at the doctor's office. But it's just like, it's bad. It's like super swollen all the way down to my toes. Like swollen down to my freaking toes, right? And it's like numb and shit too. So I finally bit the bullet and I said, fuck it. We got to go to the doctor. So that's what I did. Yo, I was wondering who made that hat you wore yesterday. It's a really fancy coffee shop in Dime Square. At the doctor day getting x-rays, says my shit's looking like Trump's right hand. Cause it was. It just wasn't looking too good. Especially the left side is like pretty cooked. And the doctor checked it and said, you know what? We should probably put some x-ray on this bitch. Like, especially because the parts around your bones are not supposed to be tender to touch, but it seems like it is. What am I looking at? Did you hurt your hand? No, that's Donald Trump's hand, man. That's iconic. Why don't you block those fucking groypers and Nazis in your replies? QRTs regularly ratioing you. Wait, what? Regularly ratioing me? Brother, it's Twitter. What do you want me to do? It's owned by a fucking Nazi. Like, you post on Twitter, people are gonna fucking, Nazis are gonna be all up in that shit. In any case, as I was saying, where was I? Oh yeah. So I don't understand why that guy is mad at me, seemingly. Like, how is this my fault? They use a genuine tragedy to tank your wiki feet. Yeah, it's all good. So, my normal attitude of ignoring the problem and everything will be fine, once again, seems to be the meta. Okay, well, not ignoring it necessarily, but at least like not needing to go to the doctor for stuff like that. Turns out I didn't need to go because it wasn't broken. Okay. You have stability on the ankle still. I mean, I don't put a lot of weight on it, so it's not rolling again and again and again, luckily. But in any case, that's what I was busy with this morning, and that's the reason why I didn't work out this morning, and that's the reason why I'm late this morning. I apologize. But from what I understand, doctor's orders was first couple of days, keep cycling Tylenol and ibuprofen. Tylenol and ibuprofen cycling, so it helps reduce the inflammation and the swelling. And then for 2 weeks, don't put any significant weight on it, like no weightlifting, no lower body weightlifting, no jumping, anything like that for the first 2 weeks. And then after that, after the first couple of days of swelling is gone, I can do some like light recovery stuff, you know, light resistance band work and things like that. Yeah, the doctor basically told me, get more autistic. Basically, that's what the doctor told me. Anyway, so I'm working on it. It may not be broken, but the severity makes me think you could have a small avulsion. I don't know what that means, but the doctor seemed to think that it was like, you know, like one of the worst types of sprain without like actually breaking the bone or anything, you know? In any case, no need for the WebMD because I went to an actual MD. Okay? Chat MD, you can dial it back now. Fear not. I went to a real doctor. A real doctor when a bunch of Google heads arrive. What is happening with this freaking autofocus constantly getting busted? Anyway, but yeah, I do got some mean cankles, at least one cankle. Also, the doctor told me it was ligma, so I'm gonna be dying soon. Candace Room about to go crazy today. TikTok has lost it.
I refreshed the page. Israel, past 7 days. Naveed Akram. And here's the spike.
Bro, this is my least favorite type of analysis. Like Google Trend data reporting quirks being considered like a major reason. I need y'all to be serious for a second. What do you think is going on? You think people in Israel are furiously Googling the guy that they activated every time, like right before? Like, please, there's probably a more reasonable explanation for this, even if one does not immediately come to mind. Like your first assessment should not be that every Mossad agent in Israel is like fucking furiously Googling like 1,000,000 times the name of the guy. It's most likely a data reporting quirk, and that's probably what it is. Anyway, what are data lags and retroactive attribution? I suspect if I were to, I am not like saying that this is the reason, but if I were to guess, it would probably be misattribution of time codes. Like my immediate assumption would be that given that Israel's in a different time zone, when they're Googling it on December 8th, it's not right before the shooting. It's actually December 8th during the shooting, right? Or, well, I guess it didn't happen on December 8th, but Usually it'll be like 1 day prior or something. And I suspect that it's a misattribution of when they're actually Googling, whenever fucking Google Trends adds it on. Having said that, this is not adequate research, okay? There are more interesting ways of analyzing situations like this than to look at like whether or not tens of thousands of Mossad agents are furiously Googling the name of a mass shooter. Google Trends should be going by Unix time, so misattribution doesn't make sense. I'm just saying there's, whoa, what the fuck? A little mini F. Good way to start the day. Love that. Love that. Gotta be Israel. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get a little baby F. That's Israel for sure. All right. Having said that, that's all I got on the personal news front. I don't have too much to talk about other than, you know, my bruises and my bones and me just being a fucking old man. You already know what it is. Life is pain, endless struggle, all that good stuff. We're going to get right into it. There's a lot to talk about. Bondi shooting conspiracies. Brown shooter not found. Person of interest released. Uh-oh. What is happening? Hello? No, it's not. I'm not on Toolkit. This is straight. This is raw. It just got to be internet. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Oh my God, that's awesome. I love that, dude. I love that I just started. What a way to start a Monday, you know? Going to the doctor's office, being like almost 2 hours late to the broadcast, and then instantly, as soon as you go live, there's like my internet is just stuttering. I fucking love that, man. I love that. Definitely cool. Yes, Bondi Beach. Bondi Beach. I apologize. I said Bondi. It's Bondi. I know. Anyway, Bondi shooting conspiracies. Brown shooter not found. Person of interest released. Insane Trump reaction to Reiner death. Reiner murder. We're obviously going to be talking about that as well. Rob Reiner, we found out, was tragically murdered, allegedly by his son. And then while everyone was flexing about how, you know, the conservatives disagree with Rob, but like they don't actually go as far as like the leftists do or blah, blah, blah. Immediately Trump was like, no, bet. No, I will actually be fucking nuts about the way that I talk about this. MR crashed right before the fun half. Rob Rousseau got a huge F. Twitch is coming for the left today. Yeah, I don't think this is a Twitch related thing. Get in now. Okay. Do we have a blast off meme from the chat? Do we have a blast off meme? They're saying the shooters were retired IDF. No, I don't think the shooters were retired IDF. I think the higher likelihood, or at least from what I've seen on some of the news reporting so far, is that they were ISIS affiliated, which is a different way to connect the shooters back to intelligence somehow, if you want to think about it that way. But oh wait, I do have a blast off meme. What am I talking about? Clandestine operators. Candace, Erica Kirk, meetup, mass internet censorship bill. Okay. Can you cover the Nicki Minaj, Gavin Newsom beef? There's a Nicki Minaj, Gavin Newsom beef. Are the Barbs really in it still? Because I feel like at the peak of the peak of the Barbs, I mean, that was like a decade ago at this point. They were a force to be reckoned with. But it's gotta be difficult if you're like, because Barbs are mostly gay, right? Barbs are supposed to be like, as far as I understand, like there are a lot of Barbs who are gay, they're black, they're brown, and Nicki Minaj is like MAGA pivot. I just don't know how many of the Barbs are going to also like, I mean, I guess if they were sticking by her with all of the affiliations that she had up until this point, they'll probably stick through the MAGA stuff too, but I don't know. Once you lose your Brazilian fans, it's over. Do you see Los Angeles lefty terrorist plot press conference? No, I haven't. I've only heard a little bit about the terrorism plot that was thwarted, allegedly, but we got a bunch. I'm writing for Nikki. I'm sorry. That's honestly insane, but congratulations, I think. Like I guess it's like, I mean, it's basically the equivalent of just admitting that you're in a fucking cult or something. Like at that point, you know what I mean? Congratulations. I don't know. That's how Stan Twitter works, man. They don't turn. They do though. They do though. They do. Stan Twitter does turn sometimes. I think when it gets to a certain point, I think Nicki Minaj might have passed that point, but maybe not. Like her pivot into MAGA initially started with like, oh, there's a Christian genocide happening in Nigeria, and then she very quickly became like a hardliner. I just want to say I was there early. I was there early when I criticized Nicki Minaj during COVID and even ratioed her, and then the Barbs never let me live that down. You know, I'm still here. My opinions haven't changed. I'll still ride for you, Barbs. Like, not on the basis of being a Barb, but I'll still ride for your, you know, rights and stuff, your liberties, which you might not care as much about, I guess, but I'm still here, you know? I originally ratioed Nicki Minaj in like 2020 or 2021, I can't recall, when she was talking about her cousin's balls or something. Talking about how her cousin's balls got ginormous due to like a vaccine injury. And then a tweet that I was supposed to reply to Nicki Minaj with, that I didn't even end up replying to Nicki Minaj with, that I left in the drafts about Tucker Carlson, was made into this major issue. Austin Ox made a whole video about it. It was pretty good. Are you drinking cold brew concentrate, no dilution? No, I diluted it a little bit. Don't let the Barb see the cane, Unc. It's all good. Listen, for all of the controversies throughout the many years, for all of the controversies throughout the many years that I have fought for things that I believe in, you know, I've just, yeah, here it is. I said, they want you to get vaccinated for the Met. If I get vaccinated, it won't be for the Met. It'll be once I feel I've done enough research. I'm working on that now. In the meantime, my loves, be safe. Wear the mask with 2 strings that grips your head and face, not that loose one. I said the world awaits your wonderful contribution to the scientific community. That really activated the bars. That really pissed them off. And I think like since then, I mean, I don't know. I don't really care if you like still listen to Nicki Minaj. I don't have any issue with that. I don't give a fuck about that at all, for the record. I'm not like, oh my God, boycott Nicki Minaj. I don't really give a shit. That's not what I'm saying at all. Don't misunderstand me. I feel like being a stan is a little bit different though. Cause like being a stan is being ride or die, and defending shit that's like, being a stan is defending the politics, the individual politics of the person, not just like consuming their music or their art or something. Like that's definitely a little crazy in my opinion. Or like even defending their like personal choices and things of that nature, like the way, like what they're doing. As a Barb, I believe that she's playing a long game for something that we don't know about yet. There's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes regarding Jay-Z and Desiree, the CEO of Rock Nation. That's why this whole thing started. They owe her more than $4 million. Nicki's very smart and crazy. She knows what's going on and who Trump is and what he stands for. It's not about Trump or her supporting MAGA. No, I think it is. I mean, you're not wrong about like leaning into the Trump direction as like as a grift or whatever. Like, I don't think that aspect of it is incorrect. I think that analysis is true. She is like performatively leaning into Trump, but I don't think it's for some higher priority, some like grand design beyond like she just probably wants the Trump administration to defend her loved ones eventually. She sees which way the winds are blowing in a way that is not dissimilar to how like big corporations make this right-wing pivot. She's doing the same thing, I think. You know, a lot of people do this. A lot of people pivot to the right when they get into trouble. That's all this is. Yeah, people find God, you know. The unique predicament for someone like Nicki Minaj, however, is that her fandom is mostly comprised of, you know, queer people who are black and brown, and that's why it's like shocking to see people still try to deal with this very clear MAGA pivot, like pro MAGA pivot. In any case, like with T Swift, I get it. You know what I mean? Because like T Swift, universal fandom, but like a lot of white women, right? And we know white women voting patterns, right? Like that's not that if T Swift made a right wing pivot in terms of like her fandom, I think I could totally see a lot of people also going with that pivot, because at the very least they can just like be quote unquote oblivious to the impact of reactionary politics, right? And that's why white women still majority vote for Donald Trump. Not to say like all white women who follow Taylor Swift have this kind of politics, because obviously 48% of white women don't vote for Donald Trump, right? And vote against Donald Trump. But do you see what I mean? As far as like numbers that are numbers that would be at least privileged enough not to care about this kind of pivot, or this kind of politics, would be more so on the like for the T Swift pivot. I could totally see that audience, as opposed to like Nicki Minaj's audience. It's because a lot of us grew up with her, and she was an icon for a lot of queer black people. I moved on from Nicki, but it did take a lot of time for me to go. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I get the cultural impact that Nicki Minaj had for such a long period of time. I just don't understand how there's still people out there that are riding, maybe not to the same degree, but like riding for her politics, her new politics. That's crazy. This person says, oh, once you lose the Brazilian fans, it's over. I know you know about Swifties for Kamala Law. Also, you are not a fandom person. I get it, because I'm not either. Yeah, I've never been a big fandom person. What does she do? Oh no, she's just been Nicki Minaj has been like actively doing like pro MAGA stuff, and I guess now she's going after Gavin Newsom, which, you know, I'm not like the biggest fan of Gavin Newsom either, but I certainly think Gavin Newsom's politics are at least like, I would say Gavin Newsom's politics are closer to mine than Nicki Minaj's, at least the way Nicki Minaj is presenting herself nowadays, you know, like I have my disagreements and my significant disagreements with someone like Gavin Newsom, but, you know, while they're both far away from the way I see the world, both Nicki Minaj and Gavin Newsom, at least Gavin Newsom is like marginally closer. I don't know. They were fighting because she was talking negatively about trans kids. Yeah. But that's just stan culture and politics actually mix so weirdly, because like a lot of stans, at least in my experience, from what I remember, a lot of stans basically fucking have like their demonstration of politics is very woke, like hyper woke, rad lib, right? Having said that, however, they just kind of use it as a talking point rather than like having any sort of firm commitment to a political ideology. So it always leads to this interesting phenomena where there'll be like, I saw some people basically saying like, well, Gavin Newsom's a Zionist. Like there were barbs that were like calling out Gavin Newsom's like pro-Israel stance, which thank you for doing that. I agree. Right. But also at the same time, they're like defending Nicki Minaj, defending Donald Trump. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's like it's very compartmentalized, if that makes sense. You know? Jasmine Crockett says the record straight on Israel and Gaza. She says the social media attacks are twisting her record to make it sound blindly pro-Israel and anti-Gaza. That's not the case. Yes, she supported defensive funding for Israel last year. What critics leave out is the same bill included funding for Gaza. Other bills she opposed excluded Gaza entirely. Yeah, she's trying to do the whole like, I think Israel has a right to defend itself style, like liberal position. Anyway, I'm moving on from the Nicki Minaj stuff because we're going to be talking about Rob Reiner. For a lot of you that don't know Rob Reiner, he's very interesting. I mean, he was a very interesting guy, famous director, very, very much a big Democratic Party booster. The reason why I'm talking about his politics is because although he was allegedly, I mean, he was found dead alongside his wife in his home in Los Angeles last night, and had an incredibly tragic story at the end there. The reason why I'm talking about his politics is because the Republicans are talking about his politics. Now, under different circumstances, when a beloved, celebrated Hollywood director dies in such a gruesome fashion, I feel like that's almost like a uniting thing, because we're not talking about fucking Henry Kissinger. You know what I mean? We're not talking about Dick Cheney. We're talking about like a Hollywood director guy, right? He was a resist lib, as many Hollywood directors are. Or as many Hollywood figures are, and it's just it's like a fairly normal position, right? But he's not within he doesn't have access to the halls of power in the same way that like a politician or even like a political operative has. So although he did do some like political initiatives at attention and things of that nature, I find it really strange that there was any reaction such as the one that Donald Trump gave to his gruesome murder. Now, obviously, we'll first talk about what happened, or at least what we know has happened so far, and then I'll talk about the reaction as well.
Tonight, Director Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle killed in their Los Angeles home. A murder investigation is underway. I want to go back to Trevor Ault on the scene. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Georgia. And there has just been a...
He was pro-Israel also, yeah, but he was all low-key. Even though he was pro-Israel, he also literally wanted the anti-Israel protesters at the DNC to continue protesting at the DNC. Like, he actually said that was the appropriate decision and stuff. So it's not even like he's not. Also, none of that obviously is related to him being stabbed, and completely irrelevant in this situation. Like, he's not like a ultra Zionist in the way that people might try to present him. Anyway, let's continue.
Development in this case, we have learned that Rob Reiner's son, 32-year-old Nick Reiner, is in custody by the Los Angeles Police Department. From what we've seen, he was taken into custody late last night and then arrested this morning. The investigation, of course, still ongoing. That murder carried out right here, Rob Reiner's home. His wife, Michelle Singer, a photographer, also found dead inside a grisly double murder, and a family member now in custody.
Los Angeles authorities have taken 32-year-old Nick Reiner into custody following the murder of his parents, filmmaker Rob Reiner and photographer Michelle Singer.
SLA unit, ambulance death investigation, code 2.
The couple was found dead in their Brentwood home. Senior law enforcement sources tell ABC News the couple appears to have been stabbed to death.
The Los Angeles Police Department is now conducting an investigation at this residence here on Chadbourne, and that investigation will continue over the coming days.
Sunday afternoon, LAPD officers, along with the Robbery and Homicide Division, responded to a death investigation at the couple's Brentwood mansion. According to police, once inside the residence, they discovered two dead bodies, a 78-year-old and a 68-year-old. A neighbor tells ABC News actors Billy Crystal and Larry David visited the home after police arrived. One neighbor said Crystal looked like he was about to cry. Police closed off the area as the investigation continues.
And Rob Reiner and Nick Reiner had previously actually worked on a film together documenting Nick's struggles with drug addiction and mental health issues. That was back a decade ago.
Yeah.
Nick Reiner now being held on $4 million bond. We still have not learned the official charges he's facing. We're expecting an update from the LAPD later today.
Home invasions aren't common in Brentwood, home invasions in general are not as common as the media would have you think in Los Angeles. Having said that, however, this is not a regular home invasion. They literally have arrested the son. Like they arrested his son as the suspect. You understand that, right? It's not like a fucking home invasion or a robbery gone wrong. The most likely scenario from the details that have been released so far, considering that the son is in the custody of the Los Angeles police department at this moment, is that he stabbed them.
Yeah, they wanted that.
Did you want it?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess the initial press conference that they did was really bad, and ironically enough, it was actually People's Magazine that was the first to actually release the information that it was actually the son that was a suspect here. Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were killed by their son. Exclusive sources. That's right. The LAPD's like press conference last night, TMZ was first to report that there were two dead bodies found in Rob Reiner's home, but the ages matched Rob Reiner's age and Rob Reiner's wife, Michelle Singer Reiner's age. We covered that when TMZ broke that story. And then a couple hours later, People Magazine actually broke the story that the son was the suspect. Okay. But the initial press conference by the Los Angeles Police Department was incredibly confusing and people didn't understand what was going on. And then after the People Magazine broke the story, they revealed that it was the son that was arrested. Or the son is a suspect. He's in the custody of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Earlier with you guys, the chief has agreed to give you an update on the tragedy at the Reiner family home. Just understand this is based on some updates of the tireless work of our investigators from last night and through the night. We're still at the very early stages of this investigation, but again,
Rob Reiner and son Nick got into a heated argument at Conan O'Brien's Christmas
Thank
party
you.
over the weekend.
Thank you, Captain Bland. As he said, the information at this stage is still limited, but I'll share what we can. First of all, our hearts go out to the family and friends of the Reiners' a tragic incident. Yesterday at December 14th, about 3:40 in the afternoon, LAPD responded to a residence, the residence of Rob and Michelle Reiner, located in West Los Angeles Division. At that location, they found two deceased adults, a male and a female. Through the night, working with the coroner's office, they were able to identify them definitively as Rob and Michelle Reiner. We have our robbery homicide division handling the investigation. They worked throughout the night on this case and were able to take into custody Nick Reiner, a suspect in this case. He was subsequently booked for murder and is being held on $4 million bail. Pretty much that's what I can share at this point, but again, a very, very tragic incident.
Can you talk about, I know Deputy Hamilton talked about the search warrant and how important that was from the inside. Can you talk about where that played a role in this and what you guys needed in order to gain access?
Yeah, you know, we use search warrants to be able to further our investigation, as you know, on all of these cases. I wouldn't be in a position to talk specifically about what the object of the search warrant was, but it's a critical piece of our investigations to be able to ensure down the road a prosecution. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
This news is out of Los Angeles and the deaths of Rob and Michelle Reiner. I want to get back to Stephanie Elam. What are you learning, Stephanie?
Pamela, we have a big development here now. We can tell you that Nick Reiner, the 32-year-old son of Rob and Michelle Reiner, has been booked into a Los Angeles jail. That happened on Monday, happened today after his parents were found dead. Now, what is worth noting here is that it doesn't exactly say what he's charged with, but we do know that his bail has been set at $4 million, according to these jail records that we are seeing here, but still not clear on what has happened here. And family members are continuing to be interviewed as this investigation continues, but obviously this is a very large...
Yeah, he doesn't have... he's being held without bail now, for the record. No, he doesn't. Initially, he was being held on $4 million bail, and then now he's being held without bail.
Development here that there has been an arrest, booking into jail for this case, for the deaths of Rob and Michelle Reiner, and now learning that the person who has been booked into jail is their 32-year-old son.
Yeah, it's amazing development indeed. I want to bring in our chief media analyst, Brian Stelter, who's joining us right now. Huge development. I must say, Rob Reiner was such a major presence in Hollywood all of these years.
Isn't that your neighborhood? No.
But give us your reaction to what the breaking news is. I did used to live in that
neighborhood, though, near that neighborhood.
That's right. And Rob and Michelle Reiner had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. They were most recently photographed together, all as a family, on the red carpet for the family's newest movie. Rob and Michelle had both worked on, Rob had directed a sequel to This Is Spinal Tap. So they were out there being photographed in September, all together as a family. But it's going to obviously come up right away that Nick Reiner struggled for many years with drug abuse. He was homeless for a time. And that's something that Rob Reiner spoke about.
Yeah, he even made a movie about it. Like he made an analog. Like he made a movie specifically about his son's struggles. Being Charlie, right? Isn't that what it was called in 2015?
Was public about and was transparent about.
And he made the movie with his son.
The two men worked on a film together about 10 years ago. The film was titled Being Charlie, and it was loosely based on his son Nick's experiences earlier in life. Nick Reiner did not end up getting other screenwriting credits later, but they did come together for that collaboration about a decade ago. And Rob Reiner spoke very eloquently about learning about his son, about learning about Nick's struggles through that filmmaking process. Quoting from the Los Angeles Angeles Times. Back then, Reiner and his wife struggled as their son Nick was addicted to hard drugs, rotating in and out of rehab facilities like they were shopping malls. The couple wondered if there was an end in sight. So that's a decade ago. That is in the past, but it is relevant context about Nick Reiner, 32 years old, as people are going to be wondering now why he has been taken into custody and why he's been booked on this felony charge. And now, Wolf, we're going to wait for answers from authorities there in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we are waiting for answers. And Stephanie, on that point, what happens next for Nick Reiner? Do we know? And also, can you tell us anything more about him? We learned from Brian, but I know you can expand.
Yeah, I think what's also worth noting, right, we learned about this happening, that it happened in the late afternoon local time here in California yesterday. Looking at the jail booking document, you can see that Nick Reiner was arrested yesterday.
Him being homeless and a drug addict is not relevant, Chad. That doesn't make one a murderer. What the fuck? It doesn't make him a murderer automatically, but the police suspect him of doing this murder. So in this circumstance, it's contextually relevant that he did have issues with mental health, considering that this is, not a, like, this is, it feeds into potential motive.
That's a new development that we've seen in there, and he was booked into jail today. We did hear from the Los Angeles Police Department that they had to get a search warrant to further their investigation before they could even go farther with saying who they thought may be the suspect in the case and what may have been a motive. We were standing out here very early this morning when they took away the police tape, opened up the street, and now shortly thereafter we're getting this booking information from the jail. So just giving a bit of context.
The fuck?
All right.
I think we're losing our connection with Stephanie Elam, but we'll get back to her for sure. Brian Stelter.
How would you let your son be homeless if you have millions of dollars? Is that not messed up? Brother, do you think that was his decision? Do you think that, like, you don't know anything about their background, right? Why is your immediate assumption that he actually did this? Like, why is it that your immediate assumption is that his son, who was a whole ass adult, 32 years old at this point, like, why is it that your immediate assumption is, oh, it was probably he probably fucking let him out into the streets without fucking a support system? Especially when there's an entire movie that they made together that documents some of those struggles, and the automatic assumption shouldn't be that he actually let him go. Sometimes you get in and out of you get cycled in and out of rehab, and it's just like, it's impossible no matter what you do, no matter what your friends and family do. If you have any friends or immediate family members that have struggled with addiction, you know what it's like when you have tried every single thing you could have done. And then sometimes people just, people have a longer recovery time, right? A longer time to set themselves straight or something. And sometimes people don't actually end up finding that recovery. It happens.
You're still with us. Talk a little bit more about Rob Reiner's impact on Hollywood. As all of us who grew up watching Rob Reiner, we know he was huge.
And in so many different ways. That's one of the reasons why Rob Reiner was a special figure. It's why some people today are likening him to a...
Recovery only works when you have money? Yeah, except even with money, famously, recovery doesn't always work. It's not 100%. This is one of those instances where it may have been a situation where all the money in the world didn't fucking help, okay?
Mayor, an unofficial mayor of Hollywood. It's because he was not just a writer and actor. He was not just a director and a producer. He was not just a role model to younger filmmakers. He was all of the above. That's why we saw other legends like Larry David hurrying to his home in Brentwood yesterday, wanting to try to be there, wanting to try to be close to the scene. Reiner was larger than life in that way, partly because he worked for so many different decades. Getting his start at a playhouse in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and then on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour on CBS in the late 60s. Those writing credits then turned into acting credits, most famously with All in the Family. And you think about even the name of that sitcom. You think about him playing Archie Bunker's son-in-law. Family and that connection of family was really important through his decades. I mentioned that he had three children with Michelle, and that was a love story in and of itself that spanned almost 40 years and helped inspire the ending of When Harry Met Sally, something we've been talking about about here on the air this morning. So that's just going to intensify the curiosity and the concern about why one of his sons, Nick, has been booked on this felony charge, this unknown felony charge. Unfortunately, we're in a little bit of an information vacuum right now, but we do know a family member was interviewed by police last night, and now we know one of the sons is in custody.
Yeah, and tell us more about the reaction to Reiner's death and his wife's death. And just to mention, you personally spoke with Rob Reiner in the past. I mean, you had a connection to him that a lot of people didn't.
I was thinking about what it was like to sit down with him, because, sometimes you never know what you're going to expect when you're talking to one of these A-listers who's been around forever, who's been out there in the movie making industry, who could doing anything, talking to anybody. Sometimes they might be dismissive, but in the case of Rob Reiner, he made everybody feel at ease immediately. He was cracking jokes with the folks there on the set that day, having everybody in stitches. You could tell that he was a natural-born entertainer, and that came, of course, in part from his father, Carl, who was a comedy icon as well.
Yeah, I'm not like a big parasocial guy, but Rob Reiner is a pretty nice dude. I mean, he was definitely super lived up, but I mean, very, very nice guy overall. Like, he's not one of these dudes that's like in any way, shape, or form remotely problematic, I would say. And the reason why I'm mentioning this again will be relevant in the upcoming news segment because of the reaction from regular folks, even like in the MAGA base and stuff. It just, you've met him? No, I've never met him. But he just seems to be like an empathetic person in general, and directed a lot of movies that obviously had tremendous cultural impact. But there is one guy who seemingly is on a fucking insane conquest to make himself look like a real demon in this moment. And that one guy's name is Donald Trump.
Well, Reiner was married once in the 70s to the late Penny Marshall. Then he met Michelle while working on When Harry Met Sally, and that's why the end of the film changed the way it did, because Rob Reiner was newly in love. And then they had a really great working relationship for decades. I mentioned that film Being Charlie that was loosely based on his son Nick's struggles with homelessness and addiction. But there were films that Michelle and Rob worked on together, including most recently that sequel to Spinal Tap that just came out in September. I was inspired by an interview Reiner did with NPR earlier this year, saying that he wanted to keep telling stories, that even in this AI world, that in this corporate Hollywood world, that people are always going to want to connect to great storytelling. And that's what Reiner was able to do, whether through his own production company, through supporting actor roles on sitcoms and movies, or working.
Yeah, his he had a banger run. Here are some of the most iconic ones, obviously. This is Spinal Tap, following his acting stint on All in the Family, where he earned an Emmy Award for Best Supporting Actor twice for portraying Michael Meathead Stivic, a 1960s hippie Bronx-born. Reiner turned his attention to directing in the 1974 TV movie Sonny Boy, but his first big success came in the 1984 mockumentary This is Spinal Tap, which chronicled the misadventures of a fictional British heavy metal band. This is a incredibly impactful movie because of like the mockumentary style as well. And then afterwards he had Stand By Me, The Princess Bride, again, another major hit, fantasy fairy tale, The Princess Bride, based on a novel by William Goldman. It had Robin Wright, Cary Elwes, and Billy Crystal, as well as Andre the Giant. A woman once told Reiner the film had saved her life, recounting how when she and several other skiers had been trapped by an avalanche, she quoted every line from the movie to keep herself and everyone else awake. Lines such as "Life is pain, Highness. Anyone who says differently is selling something." Then he made When Harry Met Sally. In 1989, Reiner effectively set the standard for rom-com genre with When Harry Met Sally. It paired Billy McChrystal with Meg Ryan as two friends who fall in love, climaxing in one of Hollywood's most iconic restaurant-based scenes. He made Misery, another adaptation of a King novel. And then he made A Few Good Men, the 1992 courtroom drama, concerning the court-martial of two Marines for the death of a fellow soldier. And obviously, he's just banger after banger after banger. And in his later years, he also was a big Democratic Party booster. He was involved in a lot of political activism surrounding marriage equality. Just an all-around empathetic person. Yeah, he was really known for speaking up for members of the LGBTQ community, trying to help lower-income people in various neighborhoods in Los Angeles. So he wasn't just a figure in front of the camera and producing and known for giving us great films throughout the years. He was really humanitarian. Reiner campaigned for early childhood education and healthcare as well as gay rights. His other movies included 1994's North, starring Elijah Wood, 1995's The American President, starring Michael Douglas, 1996 film Ghost of Mississippi about the trial of Byron Del Beckwith, who killed civil rights activist Medgar Evers. The filmmaker returned to the form following several commercial flops in 2007, The Bucket List, which starred Nicholson alongside Morgan Freeman. I fucking cried watching that, for the record. I mean, it might have been a commercial flop, but it was not a flop in my heart. As two terminally ill men who set about fulfilling their life ambitions before they died, helped popularize the now widespread titular term. It also is the reason why I know what Kopi Luwak is. That movie is the reason that I know it's like leopard shit made coffee. I don't know why that just like stuck in my brain, but from the movie Bucket List, I will forever remember. Yeah, it's just Kopi Luwak, one of the most expensive coffee beans on the planet, is actually just cat shit or something, or lemur shit. I don't know. It's poop. Okay, it's literally poop. Anyway. In 2015, the semi-autobiographical Being Charlie, co-written by Reiner's son Nick, looked in the painful relationship between a young man dealing with addiction and his father. 2 years later, Reiner directed and appeared in the 2017 film Shock and Awe about a group of reporters covering the U.S. invasion of Iraq. In 2003, he also played father of Zooey Deschanel's character in New Girl. And and versions of his larger-than-life self on TV shows like Hannah Montana, was a Waverly Place, 30 Rock, and Happy-ish. Reiner, who also appeared as a movie studio executive in 2020 miniseries Hollywood, was once quoted as saying, "If you're a creative person, you try to create things that are an extension of yourself." Is pasteurized poop a sign you're wrong? Anyway, so yeah, he's done a lot. And he's done a lot on camera. He's done a lot off camera. All around empathetic, good guy, trying to do his very best, right?
With his wife on any number of films.
Yes, it isn't poop. Coffee beans are eaten by the animal, partially digested and then pooped out. You brew the bean, not the poop. I know. Oh my God. Everyone is fucking trying to correct me. I know. I can't even make a joke about one of the most expensive beans being a product of animal feces, okay? Without everybody in the chat being like, well, it's technically not directly poop that you're consuming. It's actually an animal that poops out the bean in its entirety. Okay, it's still poop, okay?
Productions.
And we also know a little bit more now about Nick Reiner, the son of the Reiners, and some of his past struggles, as you correctly point out, with addiction, which in part inspired the movie Being Charlie, which Nick and his father worked on together, right, Brian?
Someone's back from being groomed.
Yeah, I was struck by this sentence in the LA Times story
so
as we all piece this together and understand more of the background. It said Nick Reiner did, quote, survive his descent into heroin and homelessness, getting clean, and he and his most famous father decided to deal with their family's troubled past in a most unlikely way, by making a movie about it. Rob Reiner talked in interviews, again, this was in 2015, a decade ago, about how he was able to better understand what his son went through. And his son was in his early 20s at the time, Nick Reiner now 32. I mentioned they were photographed together on a red carpet. They were also photographed last year together at an event, at a restaurant opening. So there was a sense of togetherness. We know this family was fully together at some points. There are other photos, though, where you don't see Nick Reiner in the picture, where you see the other son and the daughter with their father. So there's a lot we still don't know yet about the history here, about Nick Reiner in recent years. A lot of people with questions right now, most specifically about why he has been brought into custody.
It's interesting. Rob Reiner was not only a Hollywood director, but he was also heavily involved in politics. He donated to many Democratic political groups and candidates. And I had a chance, and I remember this vividly, of interviewing him back in 2004, just ahead of the third debate between President George W. Bush and John Kerry. Here's some of what he told me at that time. Listen to this.
The fact that we've 3.8 million people have lost their health insurance, almost 1 million people have lost their jobs, and over 6,000 people are dead or wounded in Iraq. These are grave mistakes, and we have a president who's unwilling.
Yeah, how dare he? How dare he say such things? How dare he have an opinion on this? A thing that should transcend politics, by the way. A thing that should transcend politics. And yet, in the way that discourse takes place in the United States of America, even historically, even all the way back when he was saying this shit, this is still considered a ridiculous political statement. That's how it is. That's just how it has always been in this goddamn country, and that's how it will be forever. But once again, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because this should not be considered like a politically divisive subject, right? One party should be saying, oh, well, we just have a different method of solving these issues over the other. And yet, for some reason, this is considered a politically divisive thing to bring up.
To admit to any mistakes.
He also advocated for a number of causes, including marriage equality, early childhood education, and fighting big tobacco. Brian, tell us a little bit more about the politics.
Think about that. Yeah, that's from 22 years ago. That statement was from 22 years ago. Have things changed? Or are the problems that he was addressing 22 fucking years ago damn near identical now, if not worse? Isn't that crazy? I feel like living in the United States of America and doing discourse around politics is like Groundhog's Day over and over again. We just keep repeating ourselves. This is like endless spiral, endless downward spiral as we just like constantly fucking fight over whether or not this is even an issue at all.
Of Rob Reiner.
Yeah, and unfortunately, President Trump is out this morning with a pretty crude, pretty crass post about Reiner, suggesting that maybe somehow he died because of his hatred for all things Trump.
I will say this. Look, I am Mr. Rude, okay? I am Mr. Hold people to account. I'm Mr. Someone's death doesn't mean that you should whitewash and launder their reputation, okay? But there are certain people, and I'm not saying this because like Rob Reiner was like on my side of politics or anything like that. I mean, he was definitely a lot more liberal than I am, right? I am someone who he might have even considered a radical, right? But I try to talk about people's background and what they have done with how much power they have, right? With what their intent was and what their impact was. Reiner was simply just a good guy. Okay, he was just, that's it. He was just trying to do his very best. He was not divisive in any way, shape, or form. From my estimation, I don't think like even the Russiagate stuff was all that. Like he was libbed up, you know, like a pretty basic Hollywood director celebrity who had liberal opinions and rooted his worldview around empathy for those who have less than him. Okay, so the very fact that Donald Trump in this situation has come out of the gates swinging because Rob Reiner was anti-Trump is totally repulsive and totally fucking insane. So much so that before Donald Trump came out and made a truth social statement, which I responded with, what can you even say at this point? It's one of the most insane things I've ever read. A lot of Republicans were actually on the timeline talking about how, despite Rob Reiner's background, you don't see any conservatives celebrating his death. You don't see any conservatives celebrating his death. There were so many people on the timeline, like Jack Posobiec and all these people being like, remember when everyone was shitting on Charlie right after he was assassinated? Meanwhile, look at how the conservatives are treating, Rob Reiner's death. They all went out and celebrated that no one was actually shitting on Rob Reiner. First of all, there's a difference between Rob Reiner and fucking Charlie Kirk, okay? I'm sorry. One is directly a political actor. The other, directly a political actor who is a major advocate for all the cruelty associated with this administration and was actively working to get this administration in charge, succeeded, routinely collaborated with the administration, as opposed to like a fucking libbed up Hollywood director who every now and then makes a statement about gay rights and is like, is a booster for the Dems too, right? Like his major output wasn't politics. His major output was not being political. And even if it was, and I'm saying is not, even if he had a lot more political initiatives, right? Even if he was a political actor, you have to look at what he was trying to accomplish. You have to look at what he's trying to do. It is in fucking sanity to respond in this sociopathic manner to someone like Rob Reiner's gruesome murder. Okay? Donald Trump, of course, though, predictably, actually unpredictably, because I didn't even think he would go this far, because it's so fucking weird and gross and so repulsive that I think this like will actually be another turning point, another pivotal moment that actually makes his base go, "Oh, you went a little too far here, sir." That's what I suspect, because he came out after some of these details were made public, and he said, "A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness. And with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace." Now, I don't even know where to fucking begin with how psychotic this is, because I feel like it's one of those things that, you know, at first glance is immediately like, nah, I don't think the base is going to fuck with this. And even if you're seeing people on the timeline try to cope with what Donald Trump is saying, I don't think the normies are going to fuck with this. Because from the normie Republicans' perspective, you know, lifelong Republicans, people that voted for Donald Trump 3 times, they just know Rob Reiner is a libbed up guy who made cool movies that they watched and they enjoyed. Okay? So when Donald Trump comes out and says something so fucking insane, they look at that and go, okay, this is not defensible at all. And that's precisely the reason why Jack Posobiec, before Donald Trump released this statement, was talking about, you won't see the people on the right celebrating the horrific murder of Rob Reiner and his wife, compared to the left's reaction to Charlie Kirk's murder. Okay? I'm seeing coworkers parrot. They're not online. They're boomers and normies. Like, what? Nah, I'm unhappy to report that the MAGA coworkers are barking like seals and parroting Trump this morning. I doubt it. Now, I think this will be like the Jimmy Kimmel moment, or this will be like the ballroom moment. No, it's not that I have too much faith. I have very little faith. I think you guys don't understand what I'm trying to say here. Republicans don't hate Donald Trump because Donald Trump comes out. Republicans don't actually cut away from Donald Trump for things that you would expect them to, right? Obviously, like the fact that the affordability crisis hasn't been solved is chipping away at his base of support from the independents and maybe even some Republicans that are experiencing and expressing discontent. But the major pivotal points is usually when he like goes after fucking Jimmy Kimmel or some shit. That was a big ding. Another major pivotal point was when he was shitting on Zelensky in the White House. It's stuff like that that actually does noticeably harm his approval ratings. It's all this aesthetic nonsense that you wouldn't normally consider as a major turning point that ends up in the long run playing into his disapproval rating increasing. Obviously, if it was truly America's golden age, as Donald Trump is claiming it is, there would be less people. There would be less critics of Donald Trump. So they all play a role here. But oftentimes the pivot points, oftentimes the important points of disagreement come from silly things like this. Silly, it's not necessarily a silly thing, but it is silly in the grand scheme of things in comparison to, like, you know, waging war with Venezuela after promising that you weren't going to do war, or claiming that you were going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Bro, are you going to trust your own assumption of how MAGA reacts versus eyewitnesses of how they're reacting? Yes. And the reason why I'm saying that is because those are anecdotes, whereas what I'm offering is not simply my own assumption, but instead what I've seen with Donald Trump's approval rating taking a fucking serious hit after certain events. Things that I normally wouldn't assume would cause people to actually chip away and experience buyer's remorse or decide, you know what, fuck this. I don't like this guy. That's why I'm bringing up the different points where Donald Trump has actually seemingly taken a hit on his approval ratings. One of them was the ballroom thing, right? Obviously, it's accompanied by all of the other chaos that surrounds this administration. But the ballroom thing, whether we want to admit it or not, was seemingly an issue for a lot of fucking boomers. They didn't like that he destroyed the East Wing of the White House. What do you want me to say? I would hope that people are more rational and actually express their discontent with the administration over ICE raids, or express their discontent over, not actually bringing about peace in the Middle East as he claimed he was going to do, or claiming he wasn't going to do a fucking war, but then, decides to murder fishermen off the coastline of Venezuela and shit. But that doesn't work. That's not something that the base gives a shit about. The base cares about the aesthetics. Okay? Trump's base, I mean. This is analysis. Okay? I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just telling you what I have seen thus far. Yeah, this is going to be like tearing up the East Wing in that it's obviously not as horrible or impactful in the grand scheme as half the things this administration is doing every day, but it's so audaciously ugly, it might just shock people into outrage. That's what I think as well. I think this is another one of those moments where a lot of boomers are going to be like, oh, that was actually very distasteful. I don't know why you did that. Because it is audaciously ugly and it's unnecessary. He could have just said, oh, well, despite Rob Reiner's attitude about me, I am truly sorry for the tragedy. He was a fantastic director, something like that, He could have said something like that. Liberals still would have gotten mad and been like, oh, he's not offering enough praise to Rob Reiner, but then that would have been a more defensible posture. But he just came out of the fucking gay swing and being like, oh, he died because of TDS. That's insane. Felix had a really good take on this that I retweeted, but Felix basically said, this is an absolute masterclass in posting. Only a true operator can take a tragic double murder that's completely unrelated to them and make fun of one of the victims in such a way that it seems they were at least somewhat responsible for it. Like, Donald Trump is literally taking blame for a double murder that took place. Okay? Because if you read what he's saying here, he's saying like, oh, this guy pissed off a lot of people. It's probably one of my fans that murdered him. Do you not understand how fucking psychotic that is? It's probably one of my fans that killed Rob Reiner because he was doing TDS. And also, it's good that he died. That's basically what he said for no fucking reason. Absolutely no reason whatsoever. People are like, how could such a tragedy take place? How could such a tragedy take place? And while people are trying to understand what the fuck's going on, I mean, this is a high-profile incident. This is a very famous family, right? This is so unshocking, bro. Stop it. Brother, I think you need to talk to more boomers in your life and more normies in your life. This is the type of shit that they get grossed out by, okay? Now, of course, it didn't end there. I know he doubled down. I'm going to get to it in a second. Just let's
Hopefully that's
finish
not going to
this.
get too much attention today, as it really muddies and pollutes the discourse. We're talking, unfortunately, about a Hollywood murder mystery, right? We have police on the scene investigating what is an apparent homicide. Unless it, somehow there was some accident at the home and there's no indication this was an accident. We're talking about a situation where someone seemed to want Rob and Michelle Reiner dead. And there's a lot of questions I'm sure the authorities are trying to answer and will then answer in the public in due course. One of the most gripping parts of the reporting overnight was about the fact that a relative went over to the home and was there and was the person who originally was able to see these bodies. Your heart goes out to whatever relative that.
Breaking news this hour.
Yeah, Donald Trump came out and fucking doubled down on his statement.
Your statement on Truth Social after the murder of Rob Reiner. Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was a deranged person as far as Trump is concerned. He said he knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite, that I was a friend of Russia, controlled by Russia. It was the Russia hoax. He was one of the people behind it. I think he hurt himself in career-wise. He became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
Bro, I'm sorry. That is so insane. Because if it wasn't, dude, if it was like Hillary Clinton, boomers would still get kind of mad because they love the aesthetics of bipartisanship. They will never let that go, right? There are a lot of normie libs, down ballot normie libs and down ballot normie Republicans who fucking still believe in this like sense of bipartisanship and normal politics and stuff like that. That was such a driving motivator that Donald Trump literally lost to Biden's carcass in 2020. Okay. That was a big primer for a lot of people. Okay. I think a lot of you are forgetting that not everyone is as apathetic, because many of you are under the age of 40. Many of you are under the age of 30. We have different attitudes about politics nowadays than how a lot of boomers who saw most of their lives, these guys disagreeing on politics, but still being chummy with one another and think that's the appropriate way to go about it. When Donald Trump comes out and says this about someone, not even Hillary Clinton, not a political actor necessarily, but like someone like Rob Reiner, who's like a beloved director who has lived the fuck up, especially after such a gruesome, high profile murder, that's insane. That is going to come across as, in my opinion, as like a really distasteful, another turning point, in my opinion, that is really distasteful in the way that people perceive it. Okay, I know everything is segmented, and you have different corners of the internet. You said it again. Yeah, how was he bad for the country? He made movies. How would he be bad for the country? Like, Charlie Kirk and Rob Reiner are bracketed in like very different categories, in my opinion. Like, one's entire output revolves around making movies, trying to make people laugh, trying to make people think. The other one's entire output is around advancing the agenda of politics. Same with myself, right? Charlie Kirk and myself, regardless of our differences in worldview, differences in opinion, we are political actors. Okay, we try to organize people. We try to get people to advance whatever causes we believe in. Rob Reiner, despite being libbed up and despite being like a Democratic Party donor, despite like being invested in the Russiagate stuff, is not perceived by most people as a political actor in the same way that Charlie Kirk was, which is why I think this kind of reaction is also going to be read negatively.
The son of the director, Rob Reiner, has been arrested and is in custody after his parents were found dead at their home in Los Angeles. Nick Reiner, who is the middle son of the couple, is being held on a $4 million bail. Rob Reiner and his wife were both found dead at their home in Los Angeles early this morning, apparently from stab wounds. He was a celebrated director whose work included some of the most memorable movies of the 1980s. And
I went on a far-right Trump forum to see what they were saying after this post, and even half of them were saying this was too far. This is a hardcore Trump-dedicated forum. Yeah. I mean, will those guys actually separate from Trump? No, of course not. Don't make this mistake. I'm not saying that this will be the moment where people turn on Trump completely. Maybe that was the misunderstanding from the audience, where you thought that that's what I was implying. No, I'm saying that it's shit like this that actually, when compounded with a lot of Trump's promises being made and not being kept, cause little the causes effect of chipping away at his base of support. Here's what he is reacting to. Yeah. Oh, also, here's the other side of the story as well. This is how Rob Reiner reacted to Charlie Kirk's assassination as well, which is, I'm sure, a lot of what a lot of people are also posting on the timeline
horror.
Too.
Absolute horror. And I, unfortunately,
obviously, you don't win any favors with a lot of these fucking goons when you are even remotely open-minded or remotely kind to your political opposition. But just, remember
saw
that.
the video of it, and it's beyond belief.
I'm sorry, but were you expecting another type of reaction from Trump? Yes. I think Donald Trump, if he had full brain processing power, would not have reacted this way. He would have made one singular snide remark about Rob Reiner's politics, but he would have said this is a horrifying tragedy. He was a great director, with many fans all around the world, something like that. I think this is a senile Trump behaving like a fucking mad king, because there's a line between sassy and just outright cruel. And depending on who you're talking about, you can be outright cruel. This is not a good person to be outright cruel about, okay? That's what I'm saying. He moved from sassy to just straight up mean and ugly.
What happened to him, and That should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution to solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service, that the memorial they had, was exactly right. And totally, I believe, I'm Jewish, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus, and I believe in doing to others, and I believe in forgiveness. And what she said to me was beautiful, and absolutely, when she forgave his assassin.
Yeah, he didn't say that about RBG. Yeah, he was civil when RGB died, and she was both far more politically relevant and not the victim of murder. He's definitely got the old man don't give a fuck syndrome. I can see that.
And I think that is admirable. Well,
I don't even agree with Rob Reiner on this assessment, but like that kind of stuff is going to make boomers feel a certain type of way.
90s, such as when Harry met Sally, Stand By Me.
Yeah, he said nasty things about McCain too and refused the funeral, but ultimately still did a lot of condolences. He just lost any sense of tact. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, man. I don't know how you guys don't see it. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, maybe in some ways you're just looking at what Donald Trump has done so far and the lack of response from the MAGA base as reason as to why this won't be as impactful. But I do think it's moments exactly like this one that play a big role in the way that boomers look at this kind of stuff and the normies look at this kind of stuff and think, this is really uncalled for. I can totally close my eyes and imagine a bunch of boomer normie Republicans being like, oh, that's really distasteful to speak about someone who fell in such a tragic way. And it's kind of crazy because like, these are the same people who were like, oh, you are going to get fired if you say anything about Charlie Kirk. If you even like reflect on Charlie Kirk's statements that he was proud to make, okay, you should be fired. And these are the same people who are like, it's the left that's actually responsible for so much political violence because their words are so violent, okay? It is rubbing some of his followers the wrong way because at the end of the day, Reiner's films are important touchstones of American culture for generations, and a lot of people, even with right-wing politics, deeply loved and cherished his work. Exactly. They're not reading it as like, a lot of these people are not reading this as like even conservative boomers are not going to read this as like Rob Reiner was a fucking political actor who we hate. It's more so about this. If you're a boomer and you were an adult by the time, by like the late 80s and the early 90s, early 2000s, and you watch Rob Reiner's movies, was that more impactful for you in your development than how much you love Donald Trump now? That's it. Because if you are ride or die in the MAGA cult and you love Donald Trump that much, and there are plenty of people who do, they're going to say, yeah, this is fine. Fuck Rob Reiner. He came at the king. He came at my God King, and I hate him for that reason. But there are far more people, I think, that watch his movies and thought, no, I like this guy. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, we have disagreements in our politics, but I like this guy overall. And it's really distasteful. It's really in poor taste to speak ill of the dead in this way. Because like boomers love saying shit like that. Don't speak ill of the dead.
At the same time that he was making brilliant film work, he was also deeply engaged. There wasn't a cause he didn't care about. He cared about immigrants. He cared about equality and justice. He spoke up in defense of democracy at a time when so many in the media industry, so many with a platform are afraid to speak. He put his money and his mouth where his heart was. And for Trump to have put that out today, I'm going to say it. Damn it, there's an American family grieving.
Yeah.
This is a tragedy, not just for the family, but for all who knew and loved him. And for the President of the United States to make this about him and a way to attack Rob Reiner because he exercised his American...
Yeah, that's the other side of this too. It's like very selfish. It's very self-centered, It's very self-centered to just like look at a situation like this and be like, well, he hated me, so fuck him. Like, maybe one of my fans killed him. That's insane. That's an insane thing to say, guys. I'm sorry.
Right to speak up with what he disagreed with is shameful, is disgraceful, and out of all the disgusting things that Donald Trump has done, this is right up there.
Yeah.
Few Good Men. This is Spinal Tap also. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump has launched an extraordinary attack on Rob.
Wait, dude, are you saying Trump is being self-centered? That's insane. Okay, guys. We know that already, okay? My argument is, will this be a revelation for some who have been, agnostic about Trump as voters of Trump? That's it. My assessment is, I think, yes. This isn't like the break-off point for the entire base. I don't know what it would take, as I've talked about time and time again. I think, like, if Donald Trump maybe was outed as having gay sex and, like, sucking off Bill Clinton, I think that could have been a turning point. Something as, like, grand and as insane as that, and only because he's gay. And only because he's gay with Bill Clinton, right? Like, that could be a turning point for the base. But what I'm simply stating is, these things do matter, slowly but surely, especially in the economic environment that Americans are in, where they are struggling, where they don't feel too good about the future of this country. These things do actually matter. It's like silly. It's shit like this in comparison to his initiatives of death and destruction around the globe that matter the most. It's sad to recognize, but that is something that pisses people. This is the type of thing that pisses his base off.
Reiner blaming his death on what he called Trump derangement syndrome. Rob Reiner was a supporter of the Democrats. In his post on Truth Social, Donald Trump said, "A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling, but once very..."
How did they make him look so British in this photo? Sky News somehow made Trump look more British than he's ever looked in his entire life. I don't know how. Am I wrong? Look at this. Doesn't he? He looks like he looks like a Tory. Yes, very nice. Don't you believe it? Yes. Rob Reiner was not a very good guy. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away. Together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable Trump derangement syndrome.
Talented movie director and comedy star.
Dreadful, I tell you. I do declare.
Has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding and incurable affliction with the mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. So that's the latest on Rob Reiner and his wife, who were found dead on Sunday at their home in Los Angeles. It was a home owned by Reiner, according to the police. Investigators say that they suffered stab wounds. And they had said that a family member is being questioned. And in the last few minutes, it has been confirmed that that family member who has been questioned is their middle son, Nick Reiner, who was 32. He is being held on a $4 million bail. It is known
he's no longer held on bail. He has no more bail. They revoked his bail.
Son Nick had previously battled drug addiction. Let's bring in our correspondent, James Matthews, who can join us from America now. James, this is desperately sad news, isn't it? He was a very popular director of some really well-known films, pivotal films for many people in the 1980s, hadn't been quite so active in the film world in recent years, but had been quite active politically, had very much supported the Democrats, and it seems that this has really drawn the ire of Donald Trump today.
It has, Jane, and not for the first time. You have to consider whether or not President Trump has passed or failed the taste and decency test the day after.
I would never give credit to the existence of TDS, but I do believe in HDS, like I've seen it in real time. A friend of mine sent me a photo of a dude in the Hollywood Hills who had a Hasan Piker sticker on the back of his car that said like Hasan Piker and then a cross over it. That is HDS for sure. HasanAbi derangement syndrome.
This icon, this national treasure, has been killed. Many people have been paying tributes. I might say the prominent tributes are coming from people on the left of America's political landscape, President Obama and so on. He was certainly politically active, Rob Reiner, sure, huge in the movie industry, but also was a prominent campaigner on issues like same-sex marriage.
Jack Wagner? Okay, he is my friend, though. What the fuck? I didn't know if he actually posted it publicly or not. The fuck?
Campaigner for LGBTQ rights. He was an organizer against Trump being re-elected, so very active politically. But I suppose, you know, when you look at that social media tweet, in bad taste, I think many would agree.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows, but like, I've known Jack Wagner before he had a podcast. Like, you do realize that I can know people for many years before they reach internet fame. He happens to be one of them.
But also, there's more than just the business of taste. I think Donald Trump is pointing
Knowing
to a
someone
motive
does not make you friends.
behind this homicide. He's pointing.
What is happening in the chat right now? Are you trying to debate? Are you trying to debate on whether or not a dude I've known for like a decade? Show me your friendship bracelet. A dude I've known for like a fucking decade, who I've had on the broadcast as well, is my friend or not? What the fuck's going on? Are you guys all right? What a strange thing. What a strange thing to argue on.
The finger at Trump derangement syndrome as a motivation, TDS as he would have it. I do wonder what detectives have to say about that, given that we are in, we are in a legal process now, having been engaged with the arrest of the son of Rob Reiner. There's also the business of any lack of condemnation for what's happened here. At no point does Trump say this is a bad thing, that people should not lose their lives as a result of what he says is Trump derangement syndrome. You might have thought the President of the United States would discourage people from engaging in that kind of behavior, that kind of political violence. He does not do that. And I do wonder how many people would see that as a tacit endorsement of what's happened here. So on a number of levels, there are questions about that particular social media tweet, but overwhelmingly far beyond the social media performance of the president, there is a real heavy sense of mourning in this country at the passing of, as I say, a man who was an icon, who had, a record, real smash hit in the world of movie making, and everybody remembers, when Harry met Sally.
Yeah, so we already covered his response. We already covered his background as well, life and legacy. But here, we'll just do one more life and legacy thing just to really drive home the point.
Director, he helped create some of the most quoted scenes in movie history. Vlad takes a look at his legacy. Vlad, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. While many of us of a certain age remember watching Rob Reiner as Meathead in all.
Yeah, for the Zoomers, like, Rob Reiner is impactful for the Boomers. He's because he was All in the Family. And also he's impactful for Gen X as well, which is, Trump's base. Gen X, the lead poison generation, is big, right?
In the Family. But it was behind the camera where Reiner really made his mark. He had one of the most impressive runs of any director in Hollywood history, directing almost 30 films from Stand By Me to A Few Good Men and When Harry Met Sally.
Oh, boy.
It was a breakthrough role that set the stage for one of Hollywood's most indelible careers. For 8 seasons, Rob Reiner was bleeding heart liberal Michael Stivic in the 1970s CBS sitcom All in the Family. He routinely butted heads with his staunch conservative father-in-law, Archie Bunker.
You are a meathead.
After All in the Family wrapped up, he went behind the camera, beginning a decades-long run as a director across multiple genres that remains almost unmatched. This is Spinal Tap was his first feature.
Most of the
11 and then
amps go up to 10.
Exactly.
Does that mean it's louder? Is it any louder?
Well, it's one louder, isn't it?
The mockumentary about a heavy metal British band would find its way into the lexicon for generations to come.
I'm no good. My dad said it, I'm no good.
In October, he told 60 Minutes 1986's coming-of-age story, Stand By Me, was based on his relationship with his father, legendary TV comedy writer Carl Reiner.
As I'm writing this scene, I'm crying. I actually cried. When I was making it, I knew that he loved me, and he did understand me, but as a little boy, that's what I felt.
The Princess Bride became a cult classic.
Inconceivable.
And When Harry Met Sally set the template for just about every romantic comedy that followed, with Reiner's mom delivering a punchline for the ages.
I'll have what she's having.
The military tribunal thriller and drama A Few Good Men earned him his first and only Oscar nomination.
You can't handle the truth.
Off the screen, Reiner...
Like, think about how many iconic lines that are a normal part of like people's day-to-day that have come from his movies, dude.
Was also an activist, championing marriage equality, anti-tobacco efforts, and environmental causes. Reiner's latest act was a return to what launched him with Spinal Tap 2. He said decades-long success is no sure thing.
All the films I've made, I never know what's going to work, what's going to... I try to get something I like. And if I like it, then I say, well, at least I like it. Somebody...
Did he write these, or is he just the guy who takes all the credit after doing basically none of the work? Brother, what the fuck? Sounds like he was a good-for-nothing lib. Otherwise, they wouldn't be talking about him on TV. Bro, you have to literally just crank whatever is going on in your brain down, okay? You got to crank the woke meter down. You have to dial it back. Because this is just a demonstration of mental illness. Okay, calm down, dude. Are you okay? Like, I'm not even saying you gotta praise him and shit, but god damn, dude, you've maxed out on the woke. You've dialed it up to 11. You gotta fucking tune it down. No, I'm not, lol. Okay, you know, you're absolutely right. You're totally right. Just take it down to like a 4 or a 5 right now, at least for this segment. That is a truly insane thing to say. Like, it also is just like objectively, you're demonstrating that you don't understand what directors do. Like, you think a director's job is to simply sit there and take credit for everybody else's hard work or something, which is very strange. Like, you're analyzing an incredibly important part of artistic expression, a part of like the whole work that ties it all together as like simply a managerial role, like the guy who's you know, sitting at the factory floor telling workers not to unionize or something. Like, oh, well, the director is a little bit like a CEO, don't you think? like you're using your lack of understanding of what a director does to basically posture as though you're taking this like totally understandable, totally normal position. Like, yeah, dialed it up to 11. Thanks, Rob Reiner, for that. I know, that's why I was joking. That's why I said you're at an 11 right now. You got to tune it back down. You got to crank it back down to like 4 or 5.
Hopefully somebody else is going to like it.
Rob Reiner was 78 years old. His wife, Michelle, was 68. A fact here that perhaps people didn't know. Reiner actually changed the ending of When Harry Met Sally to a happy one after he met his wife, Michelle. They were married for over 30 years, and Michelle also produced some of his films, including his last, Spinal Tap 2. The two are survived by their 3 children. We were just talking about...
When you show his body of work there, Lax, forget the wide variety.
Incomparable. Misery. The Sure Thing.
The Misery.
I mean, he worked in every genre, and he worked...
Yeah, that person, for the record, that person just simply doesn't understand. He thinks like a director is the same as like an executive producer, just a money guy or something, or like or an executive in a someone who's an executive at like the movie industry on the side of the studio or something. Like, no, a director is like the main painter that's putting the entire canvas together. Okay, regardless of their personal politics, like a director plays a massive role in every aspect of movie production.
In every genre as a master. And so when this news hit, I mean, I remember as a child watching Michael Stivic and feeling something even then. Of course, his body of work will live on forever. Corey Feldman Ben Stiller, and our friend Jerry O'Connell. He just wrote, "Love you."
Yeah, the people that knew him well are just distraught beside themselves. You still can't believe that they died this way.
A lot of depth. He cared so deeply about his craft and also his country.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes.
And we loved him for it.
All right, Vlad. Thank you.
Anyway, so we're going to move on from this, but yeah, apparently TMZ exclusive, Rob Reiner and his son Nick got into a heated argument at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party over the weekend. We don't know what the details are, obviously, and we don't know what it devolved into, but it is clear that Donald Trump's reaction here, I think, is pretty insane. But it is, I think, causing conservatives to also flip as well, which I think will harden the most loyal MAGA loyalists, but will also be objectively off-putting for a lot of the conservatives in the margins, right? Wait, so now if you have a legitimate political grievance against somebody who has been murdered, it's actually okay to dance on their grave? I'm trying very hard to keep up with these evolving civic norms and struggling. Yeah, Rob Reiner called for Trump to be jailed over lies. Not surprised Trump said what he said. No surprise Trump colluded with Russia. We've always known his presidency was illegitimate. Now it's been proven. For the sake of our democracy, this man must be indicted and jailed. Okay? Insensitive cook. Like, I'm not Mr. Where is the civility at all, right? I am very uncivil in the aftermath of a timely or untimely demise of a political actor, okay? And when I say political actor, I mean like someone who is engaging in advocacy, someone who is like their major contribution to society, whether good or bad, is in the realm of politics. Someone like myself, right? Or a politician. Someone who is directly in control of the decision-making process in the American government. And even then, I feel like, while I don't personally care in general, like in my own personal worldview, I don't think this is like what Trump is doing is that far-fetched from what Trump does on a daily basis. But I don't think I am the norm here. And I am trying to educate you guys on what like normal people's feelings look like in this circumstance. I'm trying to see this not from my own personal perspective, but from the perspective of a broader, the perspective of people who even get mad when you fucking, tap dance on Dick Cheney's grave, for example, right? Or Henry Kissinger's grave, for example. Most people get very offended. Most normie boomers and Gen X get very offended when you speak ill of the dead, regardless. But especially when it's like a beloved figure overall, regardless of their own personal political convictions, if their major output is that they are directors and whatnot, or if they're, an actor or something. What is this? Correct? I don't know about him. That's why I asked the question, Law. That is correct. Are you capable of answering them, or even thinking critically about the subject? Or do you see a dead person in the news and just cry without understanding it's that deep? Oh my God. Brother, please stop trying to debate people in the chat. Please. It's okay. You made a silly point that was unnecessarily vindictive, and you got yelled at. Like, this is why I give some timeouts here in the chat sometimes. It's for your own good. Instead of just like spiraling in, instead of crashing out and spiraling and furthering this conversation, it's all right to just like sometimes, take a deep breath and be like, all right, well, I felt small in this moment because I felt humiliated, but it's all right. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Don't even say take the L for people like this, because that's not going to help. That's only going to cause them to harden their position. It's fun. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to give you a day off. All right. It's going to be all right. I still love you, chatter. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. In any case, Jack Posobiec went from, see, no one is making fun of Rob Reiner and his death, to actually, it's totally fine that Donald Trump made fun of his death because Rob Reiner hated Donald Trump. All right. Yeah, but the guy and his wife were just murdered. It's horrific. I wish he was a bit merciful and forgiving. Like, you got Project Veritas people in Jack Posobiec's replies being like, hey, maybe Donald Trump should have been a little bit more chill about this gruesome double homicide by knife. Okay? Like, he does hold a grudge. I wouldn't have done it, but I have not had the things done or said about me that he has had to deal with. I can't say I agree with it, but I understand. These are people who are bargaining and trying to cope. Okay? It's just like an old man who is very clearly demented and a fan base that is a cult that is trying to cope with how fucking demented that old man is. Okay? That's American politics. Very, very silly. Yeah, my local megalib radio, but obscenely popular among public servants, aka the Drive the News, called it the single most ignoble thing Trump has ever said. All the journalists had no words left after that shit. Yeah. The thing is, this chat moves so slow now. What's going on? I don't know. Maybe we put the fucking brakes on it. You're right. I did notice that it's much slower right now than usual. But in a normal world, obviously the worst aspect of the Trump presidency would be matched by his legislative agenda. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't fucking give a shit about that. Okay, now it's going too fast. Everybody chill out. All right. Speaking of insanity, we are going to talk once again about Brown University. Okay? Brown University is in the news because there was a shooting that took place, a school shooting that took place at Brown University a couple days ago. Yeah, it's botted. That's why the number of chatters and the number that is up here on the screen is damn near identical. 29,000 chatters, 32,000 live viewers. I know your favorite content creator has to deal with botting allegations, but even your favorite content creator who despises me, no matter who it is, has actually openly admitted that I'm one of the only top content creators that has had an infallible track record when it comes to not botting. Hey, dude, do you ever feel like retiring to a non-hate channel? I don't know what that means. Do you mean like hating Donald Trump, the fucking president of the United States of America? Is that what you're reducing my commentary to? Honestly, I'm always surprised by the amount of people that walk up to you during IRLs. Why? In the normal world, a lot of people, in the real world, people that go outside, people that have jobs, people that have friends, people that socialize with one another are not as invested in the narratives led by mostly extremely online weirdos invested in slop. It's a totally separate reality. All right.
Overnight, a stunning turn of events. The suspect still at large as authorities in Rhode Island admit they are releasing the person of interest in the horrific mass shooting at Brown University, which left 2 dead and 9 injured.
Sometimes you head in one direction and then you have to regroup and go in another. And that's exactly what has happened over the last 24 hours or so.
In the early hours of Sunday morning, the FBI and local law enforcement announced they had detained a person of interest at this Hampton Inn about 20 miles away from campus.
So I see all the cop cars and FBI marshals down in the lobby, and I'm like, this isn't right.
But now authorities say after examining the evidence further, the investigation has shifted directions.
I think it's fair to say that there is no basis to consider him a person of interest. So that's why he's being released.
Still, authorities say this video does show a person they are looking for and are asking the public to scour their own photos and videos from the scene.
There just weren't a lot of cameras in that Brown building. We're not holding back video that we think would be useful.
The chaos unfolding during final exams just after 4 p.m. Saturday, when alerts of an active...
I genuinely don't understand how the fuck they let this guy get away. Like, they found a different person of interest and then they released them. And I cannot comprehend how this took place, especially in this day and age. I do not understand how they can be this incompetent. It's also wild that they just straight up released the name of a person of interest instantly, leading to at least one day of news cycle being led by, I guess, someone totally random and irrelevant. What the fuck is happening? It blows my mind that even though we have this massive surveillance state, this is supposed to be the one thing that doesn't take place. You know, Palantir, AI surveillance, constant fucking cameras everywhere, constantly being surveilled by the state. And you just let this shit slide? Like, what are we doing?
The shooter on the Ivy League campus first went out.
2 victims, 1 shot in the back, 1 shot in the shoulder.
Students barricading themselves inside classrooms, hiding underneath desks, crouched in fear.
It was a good thing you didn't do a deep dive on that random dude. Yeah, I didn't because dude, the reason why I didn't do a deep dive on the random dude when the name was released is because I now have to change what I consider to be like a firm, verifiable truth coming from official organs of the state. Back in the day, if the police or the authorities released the name, usually they would say this is a person of interest, but we've elevated it to a suspect. There's an investigation going on or something like that. Nowadays, even with like the way that the FBI works, it's so fucking incompetent that just like with the West Virginia governor revealing that both of the National Guard's members were slain in the shooting that took place near the White House, I was like, let's just hold off on that real quick. It's more important now than ever before to not actually cover breaking news without some serious scrutiny. Okay?
Heart-pounding video showing the moments police officers entered a room where a number of students were sheltering in place.
Providence Police! Hands! Stand up, hands!
Obviously, there's something going on. We're here to help you. Just listen to what we have to say, okay? All right, breathe. Anybody hurt?
Police say the gunman fired more than 40 rounds from a 9mm handgun inside a classroom.
I heard the gunshots right around the corner, and then looking out the window, I could just I saw the victims' bodies, and it was really frightening.
Joseph Aduro, who is graduating this month, was leading a study.
Bro, it is fucking insane that in this day and age in the United States of America, you can be double victimized. You can be a survivor of a school shooting. There was a survivor from Parkland that was shot in Parkland that went to fucking Brown University and had to sit through another school shooting. That is crazy. There were 2 students, actually. But there was one that was literally shot. Like, what are we fucking doing, man?
Study group of about 60 students inside a lecture hall when the shooter walked in.
Right after he mumbled whatever he said, that he just started shooting right away. There was no hesitation.
Yeah, same thing happened in Michigan State, too. There was a person who, survived another school shooting only to be in another school shooting again.
Made eye contact with him. What did your mind tell you in terms of what was happening in that moment?
Immediately when I saw him, I saw a gun. The gun was so big and long that I genuinely thought, okay, this is the end of the road for me. So I texted my entire family. I said, I love you all. I love you all. There's an active shooter. Please pray. And then I texted my parents, oh my goodness, he's in the room. God, I'm so scared.
Oduro says he held on to one student who was shot twice in her leg, comforting her.
I gave her my hand to squeeze it as hard as she could. I said, put all your pain on me because I could take it.
She was squeezing your hand.
Yeah.
And Oduro tells me he actually helped carry that student to a police car so she could be rushed to a hospital. Brown University has canceled all remaining classes and finals for the semester, and now the manhunt for a suspect is back on.
And the breaking news this morning, just a stunning development here on the campus at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. Police released.
Yeah, so they got a person of interest only to then turn around and be like, nope, sorry, that guy wasn't actually the suspect. And then they released him. And it's also strange because, why is a fucking dude from Wisconsin with many guns in the vicinity of Brown University anyway? But I guess it's America, so it is what it is. I don't even understand. I don't even understand what the fuck is happening at this point. These are the types of things that are supposed to not happen, okay? This is just not supposed to happen in any competent country, right? The FBI and Providence, Rhode Island Police Department are releasing new images of a person of interest in the mass shooting at Brown University. FBI is offering a reward up to $50,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest. They also don't actually pay those payouts, famously. Live showing of the suspect right now.
But we begin with developing news in the campus.
Is it live? Give me the link.
At Brown University, the manhunt continues for the suspect who opened fire Saturday afternoon. This is video from Waterman Street in Providence as the police and FBI went door to door in their search for evidence and clues that might help them find the person responsible.
Meanwhile, we are learning more about the victims. They are 18-year-old Mohammed Aziz Omarzakov, originally from Uzbekistan, but graduated high school in Chesterfield, Virginia, and 19-year-old Ella Cook from...
The reason why they're looking at the ground like that is because they're trying to see if there's a gun that he like disposed of or dumped or something. Okay, I'm not gonna watch this right now. I'm gonna watch. I'll watch it after. I'll watch bits and pieces that they highlight after this press conference.
Birmingham, Alabama. Both were killed in the shooting.
And a live look now in Providence, where we're awaiting a press conference from city officials with the latest update on the shooting investigation. Of course, we will bring that press conference to you as soon as it begins.
But first, let's go live to Kim Kalunian, who's at Barris and Holly.
Yeah, they're looking for shells. They're looking for a gun. They're looking for whatever they can find.
Providence with an update. Kim?
Yeah, Mike and Shannon, it's been just over 48 hours since that deadly shooting here on the campus of Brown University inside this building here behind us. And of course, we have a lot to cover as that investigation continues tonight. As we know, a suspect is still not in custody. And I want to get back to that video that we just received earlier this afternoon, this second clip of surveillance video showing who police describe as a person of interest. Now, they released this video earlier this afternoon showing this person of interest walking down Waterman Street in Providence on Saturday. Now, this video was taken less than a block from where we're standing right now.
Bro, this is literally the same as like, what the fuck's going on? This reminds me of the Tyler Robinson situation, right? The alleged shooter at Charlie Kirk. Like how the fuck? What the hell is going on these campuses, man? Like, what is going on with the tools that these guys have at their disposal? Are all the resources just diverted to ICE? Is that what it is? Is that what's happening? Is Kash Patel like, no, sorry, we have to focus on doing dragnets in brown communities? Is that what it is? Can we bring fucking woke back, dude? What the fuck? Bring woke back right now. It seems like this anti-woke shit is not fucking working out, okay? Because, like, as much as the people were mad about the previous FBI, right? Oh, they're going after my big, beautiful president for no reason. He's done nothing wrong, blah, blah, blah. They're so political. Clearly, whatever the fuck Trump is doing for every level of law enforcement and for all of the regulatory agencies, it has been disastrous. At least back in the day when someone did a mass shooting or whatever, there was like a adequate response, you know? Obviously, there were instances where the response was inadequate, like Uvalde or whatever. But like for the most part, they would, catch the guy, or the dude would just like kill himself, or cops would just like fucking show up and then the dude would kill himself. What the fuck is happening here? 2 high-profile instances where the shooter just got away on 2 different college campuses. What the fuck?
At the Barris and Holly building, police tell us they do have additional surveillance video of that person of interest that they do hope to release, though it's unclear whether or not we will see that video at this upcoming press conference that we're expecting to begin in any minute. Now, in the same area where that surveillance video was recorded, we saw FBI evidence teams searching earlier today for what exactly is still unclear. They also raked and shuffled through the snow here outside the Brown University building where the shooting took place. We saw them putting several items into evidence bags, but what those items are, and again, what those investigators were looking for, is still really unknown at this time. Again, all of this as the suspect remains at large. Police releasing that person of interest they detained in Coventry late last night, saying they are still seeking information and videos that can help lead them to arrest. And today we're starting to learn more about the 2 victims who were killed in this shooting, being identified by their communities as Mohammed Aziz Mirzakov, an aspiring neurosurgeon who is a freshman here at Brown University, and Ella Cook, the vice president of the school's Republican Club. She was a sophomore. Of course, the Brown University community and beyond is in mourning. And we also want to talk about those victims who are recovering. 1 has been released. 8 students are still in the hospital.
Jesus Christ, dude.
The man who had been detained as a person of interest in the deadly shooting here that happened right in that building behind me with those white squares. That's the engineering building where 2 people were killed and 9 injured.
The other thing is, like, they were able to make sure that Kash Patel wasn't on camera somehow. I don't know how. Maybe he got the notice to just like shut the fuck up this time, right? Having said that, however, in spite of his notable absence from the media, it seems to me like the FBI still kind of fucked this up. I think it's the Rhode Island police that is like blaming the FBI for the information being released about the person of interest, right? Is that what happened? I mean, he's gonna get fired, right? He has to get fired. His approvals are so low. Like, I know Trump loves how loyal Kash Patel is, seemingly, but I don't understand how he just like survives this as well.
Rhode Island's Attorney General says that the evidence now points in a different direction. Speaking overnight, the mayor of Providence acknowledged that authorities have no way of knowing if the shooter is still in the area or has left the state.
We know that this is likely to cause fresh anxiety for our community, and we want to reiterate what we said earlier, which remains true, which is ever since the initial call, now a day and a half ago, we have not received any credible or specific threats to the Providence community.
Yes, person of interest and suspect are two different things. Yes. But that's precisely the reason why you don't reveal the name of a person of interest, because a person of interest doesn't mean a suspect. So the very fact that it was already in the media and led discourse for 24 hours, like this happened yesterday, okay? And as soon as they said, oh, we have the name of the person of interest, everyone in the chat was trying to tell me to dig into his background. What did I tell you? I said, this is simply a person of interest. I'm not going to prioritize digging into the background of this person because he might not be the guy that did it. Okay? If you recall, that's what I said yesterday. I said, I don't cover breaking news for this reason. There's there's always a lot of misinformation that flies around. Oftentimes that misinformation is supposed to only fly around on Twitter. It's not supposed to fucking come from official organs of the government. It's not supposed to come from like the FBI or the police force. And it turns out later that night, after I had gone offline, they released the person of interest. And we don't even know if he's still actually the suspect, for the record. But it seems like they released him because there's not enough evidence to tie him to this crime. He probably had a fucking solid alibi or something. I still don't even trust the government at this point. I don't trust the police force at this point to conduct a proper investigation. So it could very well still be that person, right?
All right, 2 students were killed, at least 9 others injured in the attack, which happened Saturday afternoon in a Principles of Economics review session. Surveillance footage shows someone who the police believe is the gunman wearing dark clothing leaving the university building where it has happened. Again, that's the street that we're standing on right now, Hope Street. CNN's Brian Todd is here with me with this breaking news, which just so radically changes the situation here at Brown this morning. Brian, what are you learning?
It is extraordinary, John, this turn of events where this person of interest, by the way, regarding whom they had gathered a lot of evidence. We were there all day yesterday at that hotel in Coventry when they were processing evidence for that person, now is released. The decision as to why they released it, the police chief, Oscar Perez, did speak about that. Here is some of what the police chief said about basically how they came to this decision last night.
This was a very complex investigation, and it still is. So in the sense, we followed on a lead, and we followed on a specific lead, but we were able to examine every single evidence that led us to this individual. And at that point, that's how investigations work. Investigations will tell us whether something is valid or not, whether something needs to be ruled out. It's not a mistake. It's just how investigations work.
And a couple of extraordinary things here, John. Number one, the mayor, Brent Smiley, saying last night they have no way of knowing whether the gunman is in the community or even in the state. And yet they are saying that there is no credible or no immediate threat to the community, and there's no need for a lockdown or no need for a shelter in place. Those two things.
What the fuck does that? Okay, so where is the guy then? Hey, I know that there was an active shooting that took place and the shooter literally got away. But you don't need to worry. Don't worry about it. It's America after all, you know? A mass shooting can happen at any given moment anywhere. So it's just the normal, it's the normal state of panic that you should have going to the fucking grocery store on any other day. Relax. What's the big deal? It's just one little shooting, okay? He didn't even kill 3. He killed 2. Technically, it's not even a mass shooting, okay? That's just how it goes. Police operate on Metal Gear Solid rules. Condition has returned to green. Yeah, they're like Dude, they're like NPCs. They found bodies, but then you know, after a state of panic, they went back to their regular routes. They forgot about it.
This may seem kind of incongruous here as this investigation continues. So we have to dig on this. You know,
I'm sorry. The shooter left my cone of sight. Must have been the wind-ass cops.
Is there any indication of where this gunman may be? It's extraordinary that they're saying they have no way of knowing whether this person is in the state or not. I think another question that we have to kind of dig on here that they're not giving a lot of answers to is the surveillance footage. Is there any more than that one piece of footage of the guy going around the corner? They did say there was very little or no footage from inside the building from that moment. So we have to kind of figure out, or hopefully the authorities will give us some clues as to whether there's more surveillance footage.
We just don't know what they have at this point or where they even begin. One thing that
is a stupid statement, but Rhode Island never ever gets mass shootings like ever. This is our second one in our entire history. The other one had no deaths, but still, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, acting like it's super safe.
we should make clear, they never publicly stated the name of this person of interest. This was something that was developed by CNN and other outlets via sources from inside there. But they were careful throughout the day about releasing information, but it turned out they just don't feel like they had the right guy. Brian Todd, great reporting on this. Obviously, a lot more to do. Thank you very much. With us now, CNN law enforcement.
Did they even find the gun? I don't think so. I don't know. I have no idea. There's reports saying he drove his car to the paint shop and the police lost all stars after.
Jonathan Wackrow. Jonathan, great to see you this morning. Let's start with where we are and where we're going.
Which is extra crazy. Like, I don't know what kind of gun he used, but like, how the fuck did he? I mean, the one of the direct witnesses, one of the victims, said he had a long barrel AR-15 style rifle. But he could have been wrong. They're saying it's a 9mm pistol, but one of the victims, the kid, one of the students who is supposed to be graduating, we just heard him say, guys, I know that it could have been an AR pistol that was that had customizations, or it could have been a 9mm handgun or a pistol that had customizations to make it look like a fucking long barrel rifle. Okay, but that is what one of the witnesses said. Okay, you can have a 9mm AR. The point is, we don't know. All we have is like some eyewitness testimony. And even that's like not super reliable.
So what now? I mean, after you have a person of interest in custody, you develop all this kind of evidence on that person, but it turns out you now believe he's not connected. What do you do?
Yeah, well, John, listen to that sigh of relief that authorities had announced when they stated that they had a person of interest in custody has really been replaced by this sobering reset in the entire investigation. And the reality is it brings investigators back to square one. They have no suspect in custody, and really they're not even intimating that they have somebody that they're even looking at. And the challenge is that as time goes on, this investigation gets significantly harder. So this is a really hard reset, going back to almost square one, where they have to go back and reassess every single lead that they had, right in the aftermath of the shooting, going back to reassessing all of the ballistic evidence, all of the digital leads, to the point that Brian Todd was making just a moment ago. They have to go back through that surveillance video and dig deeper. They have to dig deeper into the neighborhood, into the community, and anything that will give us a better image of who this suspect potentially.
Yeah, yesterday when people were trying to dig into about Benjamin Erickson's background or the suspected person of interest background, but we don't have any we don't have any evidence right now that this person actually did it. This is just all speculation at this point. So I'm not going to dive into the background of some like random person potentially until officials confirm that this was the person, right? If they elevate this person from person of interest to suspect, then we can dig into the background.
Breathe a little easier.
That's why you come to me when I'm covering the fucking news, okay? And not some random dickhead.
Is and where they're going. So,
and even I might still get things wrong. So you should scrutinize what I'm doing as well. Everyone's trying to do their best.
Again, there is a monumental task ahead with a
But yeah, if you get your fucking notes from Laura Loomer, you're going to be wrong all the time. But in this current media environment, it doesn't even matter if you're wrong all the fucking time. As long as you're directionally wrong, and the way that you're wrong still confirms people's preconceived biases, their preconceived notions. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Liv Agar said, really important to emphasize the extent to which everyone believes in QAnon now. And I agree. I think everyone is fucking doing their own version of QAnon.
A lot of challenges around time, distance, and resources that are up against law enforcement investigators this morning.
And there is this reality, Jonathan. There's a killer on the run, on the loose right now. They have no one in custody. A lot of, I think, the atmosphere on campus yesterday was this sigh of relief that they had someone. People felt safer. You know, I'm standing right on the street. That is the crime scene right behind me. No police cars within view. Some police tape there, though, right now. How safe is this city?
Well, listen, this is the challenge for public safety officials right now and university officials. What they must do is they must act on facts, not fear, while trying to keep the city functioning as they move this investigation forward. We said early on that there were a lot of indications that this attacker and this incident was a targeted attack against someone or the university in and itself. With that as the context and laid out by a lot of the attack dynamics, the fact that the students aren't there reduces that target profile. So our officials worried with real-time intelligence that there will be a secondary attack to that location or the city at large. Right now, they're not even indicating that they have any of that information. But the reality is that they need to act with precision in terms of what they're going to do with this investigation, not paralysis around how do they just lock everything down. Time has gone by now. We haven't seen any indication of a secondary threat or a targeted group that's working together.
I don't have a lot of evidence for this, but my suspicion is that we are relying on AI too much. I think that's I think our agencies, like law enforcement agencies and shit, are straight up demonstrating cognitive offloading and an over-reliance on artificial intelligence. And it's not the best idea. Because AI is supposed to be utilized by the likes of United Healthcare to deny people coverage. It's supposed to not work perfectly. It's a way to abdicate and reduce the responsibility of people, real human beings that are doing the denial of care in a much more expedient manner. It's not supposed to be used when you have to work with 100% efficiency, if that makes sense. But then again, I don't know. And we won't find out until many, many years down the line, or we might not find out at all, as a matter of fact.
So with that in mind, investigators really have to move quickly through all of the evidence that they do have to ensure that they identify a suspect and bring that suspect into custody quickly.
The authorities said they had no idea if the person was in the city or even in the state. At this point, 36 hours after the incident, how far afield could this suspect be?
Again, immediately the shooter created that time and distance by evading police in the moments after the attack. And so the challenge for law enforcement is they allowed for potentially physical evidence to degrade. You look at digital signals will also go cold. And as they go back to re-interview witnesses, who many of which have now gone home for the holidays, the memories start fading. Those details that are really important in the aftermath of an incident around, maybe a particular gate that the person walked in, or the way that they comported themselves as they were walking through a hallway or out on the street, they start losing that fidelity. So it puts investigators up to a significant challenge on how are they going to reset this investigation. And final point here, John, is in the immediate aftermath, we saw this surge of federal, state, and local resources all converging on Brown University, right where you're standing. Look around, they're not there anymore. So the challenge is with this monumental task of resetting the investigation, their resources are limited right now, and they have to rebuild those resources to lead this investigation forward.
All right, John.
More on this from the Mayor of Providence, Brett Smiley. Mayor Smiley, thank you for joining us this morning. Let's start with the investigation. Why was this person of interest released? What more can you tell us?
So we continued to examine evidence after this individual had been detained. As you might have heard from the Attorney General late last night here in Rhode Island, it takes time to run this evidence. It takes time to process information that was collected and hard evidence that was collected. And as we continued to process that evidence, it was determined that this person of interest needed to be released, and we continue with our investigation. To be clear, we've never stopped our investigation. The Providence Police and our partners at State Police, the FBI, and others have continuously run down leads and worked this case beyond the person of interest who had been detained yesterday.
So you're absolutely convinced the person of interest had nothing to do with this?
We're not saying that definitively. What we're saying is that after a review of the evidence that was gathered, it was determined that the person of interest needed to be released. But until such time as we have an individual in custody who we're confident is responsible, that we're prepared to press charges and then prosecute, we're going to continue to leave all doors open.
Remember what I said about the person of interest? Like earlier today, that he still might be the suspect. Yeah, 15 minutes ago. That could still very well be the case, okay? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it from the videos that they've released so far. But I don't know what this bump is. This bump could be his belly, or it could be like a bag that he had inside of his jacket that was carrying like ammunition potentially. Or he could be MPreg, you know? Could be his vest. But a vest wouldn't dangle this low, I don't think. Or it could be just fat. I think it's crazy.
Until such time as that we're in a place where we feel confident that we've got the right person. But for now, the person of interest who had been detained has been released.
You said individual. Are you pretty convinced this was a lone shooter?
We are, as you have seen many times, we do have a small short clip of video footage that we do believe is the person that we're looking for. And right now we don't have any evidence to suggest that it was more than that individual which has been seen in that video.
Are you confident the campus is secure right now and all the students are safe?
We have an enhanced police presence both on campus and throughout the city of Providence today to provide that confidence and assurance to not just the students on campus, but all the residents in my city. And ever since the initial shooting occurred, that first call that came in at 4:05 a day and a half ago, we have not received a single credible call for threat of violence or any sort of information to believe that there is an ongoing threat in any specific credible way. And so we understand that there is a high degree of anxiety, and after this individual was released last night, I understand that that anxiety level has risen in our community. But it's no different than a day ago, which is that we've continue to receive.
It's pretty crazy how shitty things have gotten and how quickly the enshittification is taken root. Like, things weren't exactly going in a positive trajectory in America before Donald Trump, but it is somewhat impressive that it took like 12 months. It's wild. Like, think about what your attitude was. Like, think about where you were before Donald Trump became president. It wasn't great. It wasn't exactly hopeful. But Donald Trump came in with a fucking lighter fluid, dude. It's so insane. He is the accelerant to the demise of America, the demise of American empire.
Zero credible threats to our community, Brown or the broader community. And so we have an enhanced police presence to try to give that comfort, that sense of security, and the search and the investigation is ongoing.
Does the evidence suggest this was a student or someone from off campus?
We can't comment on that, and we're exploring all possible leads.
Mayor, thank you.
Are we talking about 2016 or 2024 Trump term? No, I think 2024 has been different. I was there in 2016. I think Trump won. There were a lot of setbacks. There were a lot of hurdles. There was a sense that people wanted to return to normalcy. And that attitude never really shifted, and it became so overwhelming that Donald Trump lost the election in 2020, right? In 2024, Donald Trump basically went back to the drawing board and decided, oh no, I mustn't have any competence in my administration, only loyalty. And when you place a higher value on loyalty over competence, and also you have maximalist goals in terms of deregulation, in terms of destroying the regulatory apparatus, in terms of cutting jobs at the federal level, for example, and put people who are simply loyal but dullards in positions of power like Kash Patel and whatnot, this is what you arrive at. When you do dumbass chud DEI, okay, while simultaneously making it seem as though you're on a conquest to bring about meritocracy finally to America, to the American project, this is the response. This is the result. And it, I think, bricks people's confidence in the government. For all of the back and forth, for all of the discourse around the FBI's biases or whatever, I think there was still a degree of confidence that the average American had with these agencies. Okay? Even if they thought, oh, they're using the federal law enforcement in this sinister way against my big, beautiful president, Donald Trump, who should still be president, whatever. Like, there was still, when the FBI came out and released a statement, people were like, okay, we trust them. I don't think anybody trusts the FBI anymore, because no matter what the FBI's political agenda might be, right, there was still a level of stability when it came down to, investigating crimes such as this. Okay? You keep saying meritocracy. I thought meritocracy meant educated people are in power. I'm so confused. No, I'm saying that they're lying about the abolition of DEI. Like, they said that they were going to bring about a meritocratic process, claiming that the previous process did not actually hire the most competent people, but simply the blackest individuals or the brownest individuals on the virtue of their ethnicity or how gay they were or whatever. They were saying that the Democrats and the libs were doing DEI, right? Ironically enough, the only time where DEI has ever existed in this country, like DEI in the way that conservatives present it, is for white men. Like, there has never been a moment in American history where DEI, in the way that Republicans say is DEI, when people are elevated into positions without actually doing the work prior to get to that position. There's never been a moment in American history where that has worked in favor of like black and brown individuals. Okay. As a matter of fact, the reason why diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives were implemented was to basically overcome those previous hurdles that black and brown individuals had to basically fight against so that they were not overlooked. Same principle behind affirmative action. And no, I'm not saying white women either, because no, it was specifically for white men for the longest time. Black, brown, men and women, and white women as well, were overlooked in the workplace and were not allowed to enter the workforce until, a couple decades ago. No, not white, rich white men, poor white men. I'm talking about like 50s, 60s. Okay? That was DEI. That's the way that conservatives talk about DEI. That literally was DEI. They're just mostly mad that concept has changed a little bit. Back in the old days, when your boomer parents talk about a strong handshake was all that was necessary to be hired for a job where you could get a fucking pension. That was unironically what these guys were talking about when they talk about DEI. Okay? Yeah. Eye contact and a strong handshake, brother. Yeah, it was like, because most of the workforce was not even looked at for those positions. Let's be real. In any case, conservatives did turn around and implement that principle now, claiming that it was an anti-DEI initiative, but by their own admission or by their own anger towards DEI, they're literally doing DEI for Trump loyalists. And this is the result. Kash Patel is the result of Trump DEI.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Asaley. I'm the head of the U.S. Attorney's.
Anyway, here's another FBI moment. Apparently, they thwarted a terrorist attack in Los Angeles, in my own backyard. Okay?
Office for the Central District of California. Over the weekend, my office.
I will say this. I don't know the exact details of what they actually investigated and uncovered, but I will say this. Given the way that they approached this in Portland, Oregon, I don't believe anything that they're saying. Okay, it's very difficult for me to fucking believe that these guys are being sincere. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because if you recall, in Portland, Oregon, the Department of Homeland Security said that they had uncovered a secret Antifa terror cell, right? They were claiming that there was a secret Antifa terror cell only blocks away from the ICE facility in Portland, Oregon. And then the media actually investigated it. And they found out that it was one guy who was letting people piss in his bathroom. Okay? That is what the Department of Homeland Security acted like was a terror cell deeply embedded in the fucking community next to an ICE facility. So like when these guys are talking about how they're uncovering left-wing terrorism, you got to take that with a grain of salt. Okay?
Along with the FBI, arrested members of a far-left, anti-government domestic terror cell who self-identify as the Turtle Island Liberation Front. The individuals were arrested on Friday, December 12th, when the group attempted to construct and detonate IEDs out in the desert. In addition to the arrests,
out in the desert? I'm sorry. Where out in the desert? Like 29 Palms? Or are they just talking about like a group of like a bunch of poly people were caught talking about how they're going to go out in the desert and light fireworks for New Year's Eve celebrations?
Executed several search warrants throughout the nation. I want to thank our partners at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Louisiana, U.S. Attorney Zach Keller, and the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Lee Foley, for providing valuable assistance over the weekend with a very complex and coordinated search warrants that were done. The charges we are announcing today stem from the defendants and their co-conspirators' detailed coordinated plot to bomb multiple U.S. companies on New Year's Eve. Thankfully, that plot has now been foiled thanks to the hard work of the FBI and the Department of Justice. This investigation was initiated in part due to the September 2025...
What is this? Why do you always send me fucking Instagram links, dude? What is this? What is this? Chatter, this has 11 likes. Are you fucking brain dead, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you all right, dude? Is your brain all right? Are you all right? Did you link your own post? Like, what the fuck's going on? I should never click on Instagram links anyway. Ay, ay, ay. Let's continue with this story.
Executive order signed by President Trump to root out left-wing domestic terror organizations in our country, such as Antifa and other radical groups like the Turtle Island Liberation Front. As the president made clear, recent attacks across the country have highlighted the grave threats posed by these far-left domestic terror groups. These threats are sophisticated, organized campaigns of targeted intimidation, radicalization, threats, and violence designed to silence opposing speech, limit political activity, and direct policy outcomes and prevent the proper functioning of a democratic society. In direct response to the President's order, the Attorney General issued a memo to our offices implementing and mobilizing federal law enforcement to prioritize.
HasanAbi is about to defend the terrorists, not terrorists, just fireworks. Excellent script. Here comes the bully. HasanAbi is about to defend the terrorists. Chatter, I'm going to ask you sincerely, do you currently trust this administration's FBI? Like, even if you trusted the FBI in the past, like, I'm going to need to see some very significant proof before I go along with whatever the fuck they're saying. More than I trust you, well, I think this is an increasingly smaller number of people, because most right-wingers don't even like their own fucking FBI, especially after the Charlie Kirk assassination and the way that Kash Patel has handled himself throughout this process. Are you Kash Patel's girlfriend? Is that you in the chat? The DOJ criminal complaint cites a meeting of 5 co-conspirators of the bombing plot. At least 2 of the 5 were FBI. One was a paid informant, and the other one was an undercover FBI employee. Oh, here we go. They already called out their shot from afar, where they said that they were going to start uncovering and targeting left-wing radicalism, left-wing violence, left-wing terror cells in the country. Okay? At a time when, even if you were to look at political violence, historically, in the last like 30, 40 years or so, the overwhelming majority of political violence has come from the right. Okay? So of course, in the interest of justifying this extra scrutiny, in the interest of trying to find left-wing political terrorism or whatever, and act as though they have thwarted successfully instances of leftist violence before they started, they're going to do the same shit that they did to Muslims in general in the post 9/11 universe. I mean, there is plenty of evidence and plenty of failed, botched investigations in general where the FBI would go up and find like autistic Muslim teenagers on the internet and be like, hey, comrade, do you want to go really stick it to the man? Here's some Tenorite at this location, engaging in the act of entrapment, greatly pushing people, and trying to persuade people to entrap them ultimately to get a pat on the back. Now they're trying to do it to, I guess, leftists.
And counter domestic terrorism and political violence investigations. As a result of those directives, we built this case. Both my office and the FBI have invested substantial resources into investigating and charging these organizations. And if anyone does not believe that members of these groups are organized, sophisticated, and extremely violent, let me tell you about the plot in this case. The four defendants are Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. The pictures, I think we have them somewhere. We'll put them up here. Audrey Carroll, 30 years old. Zachary Aaron Page, 32. Dante Gaffield, 24. And Tina Lay, 41.
Did the DOJ/FBI just make up a fake group, or are they embellishing this to the extreme? Right after they messed up yet another public investigation Brown shooting, they claim to have unfolded a massive plot of leftist group in California, but there's a problem. Either this group doesn't exist or is literally just four people the FBI arrested and are massively overstating it. The official complaint said that the group is an offshoot of the pro-Palestinian group Turtle Island Liberation Front. But the Instagram account that the FBI noted in connection to the group says that this group's Los Angeles chapter is its founding chapter. A TILF, Turtle Island Liberation Front Instagram account said its founding chapter is in Los Angeles, and its goal is to free Turtle Island, an indigenous name used to refer to North America, from the illegal American empire. The FBI said Monday that a fifth individual believed to be connected to the name TILF, Turk I'd Like to Fuck, extremist group, was arrested in New Orleans for allegedly planning a separate attack. Anyway, but the FBI also claims another individual was apprehended and thwarted in New Orleans as well as part of the same group. The Instagram account for Turtle Island Liberation Front is an empty account made in October that only shows a repost of their founding LA chapter. The LA account only goes back to the July of this year, and when you look at its following, you'll note that there are no other chapters, just the LA account following its other account. Outside of that, there aren't any serious mentions or presence of this group. There's an unrelated Twitter account by the same handle that seems to be run by a Canadian who isn't affiliated. Turtle Island is the name used by some Aboriginal groups to refer to North America, but other than the FBI/DOJ mentioning Turtle Island Liberation Front and that Instagram account, the only other time the name pops up is in a fictional Reddit vexillology meme from 2021. Do you believe it's fake? Be real? Oh, dude. There's only two alternatives here. There's only two options. Either they tapped into a group of LARPers, like the silliest of the sort, or it's just completely made up. It then doesn't appear mentioned online again until 2023 in a mod for a video game called Hearts of Iron, a political military sim, where an alternative history mod called Twilight of the Anthropocene has on a tiny background group the same name. The mod is a satire. To put that game mod into perspective, it also lists Kim Jong-un and Richard Nixon as a part of the Californian corporatocracy under Curtis Yarvin, and lists Boris Johnson rising to be president of the United States. Oh my God. Omega autism. Omega political autism. After this, there seems to be no online references to any Turtle Island Liberation Front that aren't referencing the game meme until this year in July, when the group suddenly creates an Instagram account. Then in October, they create a matching Facebook. Their posts are things like resistance is glorious and peaceful protest will never be enough, and long rants that sound like a caricature of what MAGA thinks left-wing values are. It's gross calls to violence that have no place in legitimate political discourse. I'm so glad I fucking stamp out this kind of LARPy bullshit with regular fucking frequency, okay? This is also part of the reason why I do this, because some of you dumb fucks, I think, if I didn't do this, would probably get duped by a federal law enforcement officer. I apologize to some of you dumb fucks, but some of you dumb fucks do unironically. Some of you dumb fucks are unironically so easy to manipulate that a federal law enforcement agent could straight up come to you and be like, come on, comrade, look alive. Let's engage in some direct action. They make this bullshit national news while sweeping under the rug those two psychopaths who wanted to conquer a Haitian slave under the carpet. I don't even know what you're referencing. We must change our methods before it's too late. True resistance means seizing the means of production. It means disruption. Peaceful protest relies upon the idea that we can appeal to the morals and benevolence of those in power. We are not dealing with benevolent good faith actors. We are dealing with fascist colonizers. Fascism does not care about the morality or justice. There's nothing for us to appeal to. They do not have the interests of the working class, of minorities, of the LGBTQ community, or of women in mind. When we take to the streets and march with no destination in mind, no government or corporate building, we mean to occupy and disrupt. We aren't doing anything more than holding a parade to make ourselves feel good. Okay? Even like, even fucking, occupying a building is not enough. Okay? Marching without purpose and without disruption does nothing to prevent fascism from advancing on us all. True resistance means seizing the means of production. I need to stop saying, I need to stop telling people like, oh, you're going to build the revolutionary vanguard in your backyard. Because maybe some people are like, no, I will actually. And then this is the result. No, revolution now. Revolution now, comrade. It's happening. Don't wait for someone else to do something. Join in the fight now. We need all of us to make change actually happen. All across Turtle Island, tribal nations have been occupied for the last several countries, and our occupiers, the colonizer state known as America, is to this day enacting mass violence on the world. It is our job to stop them. We're in the belly of the beast, and we absolutely must destroy it from within for a better world, not only for ourselves, but for everyone affected by the brutal colonization project that is the, okay, and then the rest of it, I don't know. Yeah. So there are two options. This group is a fictional patsy created to give a win to the DOJ, FBI in a news cycle and fodder for anti-left messaging, or four people in October started a group based on a meme name and are dumb extremists who plotted something and the FBI caught them and rightfully arrested them, but is overstating the size of the group. The problem I have with number two is simple. The FBI is incompetent. We've seen how they handle public investigations. Yeah, it's true. Even with hundreds of campus cameras at Brown, FBI couldn't develop a subject. I mean, yes, the FBI is not exactly a trustworthy trustworthy actor here. Okay, this was their Instagram, Turtle Island Liberation Front LA, and from what I understand, this was some of the stuff. Liberator, an American catastrophe, fascism, death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front, death to America, long live Turtle Island and Palestine. Check their shoes. We can't see what their shoes look like. FBI arrests 4 alleged members of radical pro-Palestinian group accused of plotting New Year's Eve bombings. So it was 5 out of 5 FBI agents, not 2 out of 5. I don't know. You think one of these FBI agents unironically tried to get you on board with this, but was just insta-banned? I mean, no, I don't think so. Yeah. Antifa rules. Non-zero chance. 2 FBI, 2 CIA, 1 ATF. God damn. The co-conspirators meet on December 7th to further discuss the bombing plot and their intent to conduct future attacks on federal officials. Based on information from the CHS and FBI personnel, including an undercover FBI employee, UCE, who was present during the meeting, I know the following. On or about the early morning of December 7, 2025, the CHS and the UCE met with Carol Page and a male known to the group as Nomad, later identified as Dante Gaffield. Carol stated she had the plan and handed Gaffield 4 sheets of paper with writing on the front and back of each page, which Gaffield and the UCE read. The handwritten plan given to the FBI plant states that IEDs would be complex pipe bombs. Oh, eyvallah. Baba teşekkür ederim. Evet, güzel. Sağ. No, that's it. Thank you. They put it in writing and then handed the writing of the complex IEDs that they were going to build and use to liberate Turtle Island, comrade, and they handed it directly to the FBI informant. Yes, very considerate of them to do such a thing.
Each from the Los Angeles area. Each is charged with conspiracy and possession of an unregistered destructive device in violation of Title 26, United States Code Section 5861D, We intend to file additional charges in the coming weeks as we finish reviewing the evidence. The defendants are all radical anti-government members of the Turtle Island Liberation Front, which according to their own social media is an anti-capitalist, anti-government movement that calls for their associates to rise up and fight back against capitalism. One of the leaders of the organization, defendant Audrey Carroll, helped organize an even more radical faction of the group called the Order of the Black Lotus. Each of the defendants charged today was also a...
Oh, come on. Okay, dude. Yeah, no. Yeah, this seems real to me. I shouldn't be making light of such a dangerous terrorist organization that a bunch of super terrorists that they uncovered the plot of. This is not just your average homegrown terrorist. This is a dangerous super terrorist.
Member of the Order of the Black Lotus. Carroll described this group to her co-conspirators as everything radical. As detailed in the federal complaint, which we will now make public, in November 2025, defendant Carroll created a detailed bombing plot to use explosive devices to attack 5 or more locations across Southern California on this upcoming New Year's Eve. Carroll and her co-defendant, Zachary Page, led the effort to obtain and build the bombs and to recruit others to join in their plot. Carroll's bomb plot was explicit. It included a step-by-step instructions to build IEDs or improvised explosive devices and listed multiple targets across Orange County and Los Angeles. Carroll also made clear her desires. She said, quote, "What we are doing will be considered a terrorist act." Carroll and Page also discussed plans for follow-up attacks after their bombings, which included plans to target ICE agents.
This sounds like the Gretchen Whitmer plot. Yeah, except the difference there is right-wing white nationalists are way more prominent and way better organized. Because, like, there is no equivalent to the fucking Proud Boys on the left, right? There is no centralized structure of street militants that engage in street violence with regular frequency. The closest you can get to is like Black Bloc, but that's not a centralized movement at all. Anti-fascism is an act, not an actual movement, right? So there is no, like, while there was definitely federal law enforcement agents like putting their hands on the scale with the Gretchen Whitmer stuff too, in this circumstance, like, the amount of push that you need to do, the amount of manipulation that you need to engage in is far more significant, in my opinion, because there's no real mobilization taking place of this sort on the left at all. It's just simply something that people say is happening, but it's usually not something that's happening at all, partially because there is no real, like, major organized left. There is, however, an organized right. They're far more organized, down to more extremist elements, and far more willing to engage in acts of violence, and have engaged in acts of violence. There's no fucking left equivalent to, like, Atomwaffen, you know?
Agents and vehicles with pipe bombs. Carroll stated that those plans would, quote, take some of them out and scare the rest. Throughout early December, the co-conspirators discussed their plans during an in-person meeting in Los Angeles and through an encrypted messaging application. As part of the plan, the 4 defendants plan to build test bombs in the Mojave Desert. You're going to hear more details about the bombs they intended to build and how the operation went down in the desert here shortly from the FBI Assistant Director in charge. In preparation for the plan, the co-conspirators purchased multiple pieces of bomb-making materials and discussed their travel plans to the desert. Last Friday, December 12th, the defendants took a significant step to carry out their plans. They traveled to the remote campsite, which you're going to see some video of, in the desert, and they began unloading their bomb-making materials to assemble and test the bombs. They had everything they needed to make an operational bomb at that location, and they were subsequently arrested by the FBI before they could build a functional explosive device. Shortly after the defendants were taken into custody, the FBI executed multiple search warrants, including at the defendants' Southern California residence and other locations throughout the country. I'll highlight some of the items found during those searches over the weekend. For example, in Carroll's residence, law enforcement found multiple posters and materials associated with Turtle Island Liberation Front, including posters stating, quote, "Death to America," Long live Turtle Island and Palestine. And quote, death to ICE, Turtle Island Liberation Front. In Page's residence, law enforcement found a copy of the detailed bomb attack plan. This case is another reminder about the dangers that radicalized Antifa-like groups pose to public safety and the rule of law. Through the tireless work of our prosecutors in my office and our law enforcement partners, which you will hear from today, we disrupted this terror plot before buildings were demolished or innocent people were killed. But this is not the end of our work. My office is committed to extinguishing the far-left terror threats that we face and will continue to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The 4 defendants arrested will make their initial appearance this afternoon at the federal court in downtown Los Angeles. They are each considered innocent until proven guilty. I will now turn it over to the Assistant Director in Charge of the FBI LA office, Akil Davis.
It's a place already famous across the world, but now
No, you gotta give me more. I need more about this group, please. Black Lotus is a villain group in Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, I need to see more from this very valid, very real, very legitimate, revolutionary left militancy that they thwarted. Please tell me there's more video. Order of the Black Lotus sounds more like what fascists named their LARPing splinter groups. Vanguardists and anarchists use very different naming styles for their LARP. No Antifa LARPer will name their splinter group the Order of. Sounds like a made-up name. Now, of course, the reason why I suspect that they were like looking for anything they possibly could to make up a grand conspiracy is because they want to justify the wait, this is a video. Watch 4 radical members of Turtle Island Liberation Front who call themselves the Order of the Black Lotus are seen constructing pipe bombs in the Mojave Desert. Accused ringleader Audrey Carroll told an FBI confidential human source at the time, "What we're doing will be considered a terrorist act." Hey, speaking to the microphone again, I couldn't catch it. I mean, can you tell me that one more time? Now we know why they can't fucking stop school shooters or even catch them. We were talking about where the funds went in the FBI. Now you know. Why would they go out to the desert to construct pipe bombs that could be done in someone's basement? Yeah, but you can't get a fucking drone footage like this if you do it in someone's basement. This seems like if it's even real at all and not like entirely made up by the FBI, this is the clearest case of entrapment of all time. The 4 allegedly conspired to carry out the bombings on New Year's Eve at 5 or more Amazon-type logistics centers operated by 2 identified companies in Orange County and Los Angeles. The accused domestic terror cell members Audrey Carroll, 30, Zachary Page, 32, Tina Lai, 41, and Dante Anthony Gaffield, 24, a.k.a. Nomad, will make an initial appearance in a Los Angeles federal court Monday. Verdant Force and Black Lotus are both Magic the Gathering cards. This is 100% made up. I mean, look, if there's one thing you can bank on, it's that this administration will fuck it up no matter what. Which is precisely the reason why I have very, very little confidence. Even when they're more competent, they still always did rely on entrapment with regular frequency and failed to criminally charge or failed to convict people on stuff like this. And this is an extra incompetent administration, so who knows? But I suspect that if it's even real at all, it would probably be like the FBI informant. Like the assessment will be, how much was it the FBI informant or the FBI assets own personal involvement that got them to this, got them to even build something like this? You know what I mean? Like, if it's just mostly when the WhatsApp group chat is leaked or when the Signal group chat is leaked and it's the FBI informant constantly being like, listen up, comrades, we got to do more direct action. It's not enough that we're protesting. It's cool that we wrote the death to ICE placards on the protest, but we got to do more than just protest, comrades. We have to go out in the desert and build pipe bombs. Trust me, when it's like that, when that's the guy leading the conversation, most normal systems of law enforcement, most normal courts are going to look at that and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Anyway, US is not normal though. I mean, courts are somewhat normal still. They haven't fully destroyed the court system yet. Anyway, let's talk about Bondi Beach, the timeline of the attack that killed 15.
Bondi Beach has a new indelible legacy. the scene of a mass slaughter of Jewish people celebrating the first day of Hanukkah on Sunday. It was here in a fenced-off event on Sydney's iconic waterfront that a father and son shot into a crowd unable to escape. 15 people have been confirmed dead. The oldest...
It's really fucked up. There's a dude who survived the Holocaust who died in Bondi Beach in Australia.
Alexander Kleitman, an 87-year-old Holocaust survivor.
Yeah, this guy.
The youngest, a 10-year-old girl called Matilda. Pete Meager, a retired detective sergeant, was also killed, as well as London-born Rabbi Eli Schlanger. At least 38 others, including 2 police officers, are being treated in hospital. Some are still fighting for their lives.
It's kind of like, I don't know, it's fish in a barrel.
Muslims and Nazis have a lot in common. They really are incompetent if they're the fascists you claim, but they let you leave the country and come back all the time. Yeah, dude. I like that in your mind, the entire population, the entire Muslim population of the planet is exactly the same as Nazis. And also you are demanding that this administration actually fucking prosecute me at the border, even though I'm a law-abiding, tax-paying American citizen. That's cool, man. Yeah, I wonder who's closer to the Nazis in that regard. Brother, you are literally a fucking Trump supporter. Your entire worldview is the modern, somehow even lamer version of what the Nazis believed. None of this shit makes sense. Like, why can't you be fucking consistent? It's the same principle behind, like, consistently saying, like, Nick Fuentes is base while simultaneously talking about, you know who's really anti-Semitic? Not Nick Fuentes, of course, but fucking Muslims in general. Like, none of this makes sense. Yeah, speaking of Muslims, by the way, a Muslim dude that was on the scene was unarmed and actually thwarted the fucking shooter, one of the 2 shooters, and got shot at in the process.
The guy had I think of what I've been told, he had an automatic rifle, big gun, standing on the bridge and just target practice.
So I sort of opened the blind to see what was going on, and I just saw an older lady get shot and she was on the floor. Saw an older guy get shot, very badly injured on the left-hand side, and I just saw a bunch of people screaming, run towards me. I didn't know what was going on.
This Israeli tourist says he no longer feels safe in Sydney.
I just realized it's a terror attacks against Jewish people. And then, like, I just ran. I didn't think anything. And then when I just stopped after I felt like it's a safe place, I stopped. And I was just thinking, like, wow, this is felt like being the same like what happened in 7th of October. In Nova Festival, people are celebrating, enjoy the moment, enjoy the holiday.
But amongst the horror are tales of courage, of volunteer lifeguards working on victims until emergency services arrived, and how this man, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, a Muslim Australian man originally from Syria, seen here in new footage given to Channel 4 News, tackled the gun off one of the attackers before getting shot himself. His parents, who recently arrived from Syria, spoke of their pride outside the hospital he's being treated in.
My son is a hero. He served with the police and he has the impulse to protect people. When he saw these people on the ground covered in blood, his conscience and morals compelled him to attack one of the terrorists and take away his weapon.
You know how a mother feels when she hears that her son is involved in an incident. Then, when I knew the details, I became very proud that my son was helping people and saving lives.
The Australian Prime Minister praised Al-Ahmed, saying he'd fought the terrorists at great risk to himself and promised change as a result of the attack.
What we saw yesterday was an act of pure evil, an act of terror.
Yeah, Ahmed Al-Ahmed's background of being a Muslim Arab from Syria really threw a wrench in the plans of a lot of people who wanted to immediately propagandize, not only against Muslims in general, but just like propagandize in the direction of somehow making this about Israel and being pro-Israel and all this stuff, or tackling critics of Israel at the domestic level. And that's perhaps the reason why so many of them instantly were like, oh, he's actually a Maronite Christian from Lebanon. Like, as though that would have changed the dynamic significantly or something, you know? Like, it's fucking insane, dude. Like, you are so clearly looking at this harrowing act of violence and then heroic act of resistance And instead of like looking at the situation, analyzing it, having any sort of care or consideration for the victims whatsoever, you insta-lock a precogged notion that this is like Islamic style jihad that's happening in the Western world, all this shit. Like it sounds insane. Like I don't think normal people look at it the way that Laura Loomer looks at it, you know?
An act of anti-Semitism, an attack on the first day of Hanukkah, targeted at the Jewish community. A dark day in Australia's history on what should have been a day of light.
The incident is one of the deadliest mass shootings in Australian history. The attackers have been named locally as 50-year-old Sajid Akram, who was shot dead at the scene, and his 24-year-old son Naveed, who is in a critical condition in hospital. 2 ISIS flags were reportedly found in the suspect's car, and bomb disposal.
Yeah, also, there it is. There you fucking go. I think a lot of people are so primed to go along with whatever narrative they see that I saw even people fucking being like, oh, well, what if this is an act of, there was like some dumbass on the timeline that was like, do we feel like this is an act of resistance against Israel? It was like a pro-Palestinian guy fucking tweeting that shit. And it's so dumb. You're so fucking stupid, dude. You are so fucking stupid. You're literally directly leaning in to the way that right-wingers and even liberals, like you're leaning into the way that Zionists claim that every single fucking anti-Israel person is a deep anti-Semite. Okay, it's so stupid. I thought Trump ended ISIS. No, clearly not. Did you see Bill Ackman donated the maximum amount for a GoFundMe for Ahmed? Yeah, I did see that. Strange times, I guess. Maybe he also thought Ahmed was a Maronite Christian or something.
Teams have found 3 improvised explosive devices at the scene. The Australian Prime Minister confirmed Naveed, an Australian-born citizen, was known to police but not thought to pose an ongoing threat. His father, who arrived on a student visa in 1998, was a licensed firearms holder with 6 firearms.
Oh my God.
The shooting has led to promises to tighten gun licenses, but they are already heavily restricted after a mass shooting of 35 people in the Tasmanian town of Port Arthur in 1996. A near ban on automatic and semi-automatic rifles and a government buyback scheme led to a huge reduction in
Hamas has never invited acts of violence against even Israelis outside of the boundaries of historic Palestine. Okay? This, of course, obviously means occupied West Bank and territories such as that. Hamas and ISIS are not aligned with one another, contrary to the narrative that Israel has tried to routinely push. ISIS, on the other hand, has at times directly aligned with Israel. Okay? ISIS and ISIS affiliate groups have gotten logistical aid from Israel. ISIS and ISIS affiliated groups have gotten treated in Israeli hospitals. Israel tapped into ISIS affiliates. They were building an anti-Hamas coalition called the Popular Forces in Gaza that they tasked with stealing aid. ISIS and Hamas are consistently at odds with one another, consistently fighting against one another.
Mass shootings. But firearms registrations in Australia have been increasing, largely down to individuals owning more guns, something that the government is now considering restricting. On Bondi's shore, there are floral tributes and moments of quiet reflection. The spot supposed to be the Sunday scene of Jewish celebration has instead become a memorial to lives so callously taken, as people hear more.
Hospitals usually counter this by saying, what about the 1972 Olympics attack? You mean 1972, which is more than 10 years before Hamas was even formed? I just said Hamas has never, in practice, came out and demanded any sort of global militancy against Israel, Israelis, or certainly not Jews, right?
The question, how those celebrating a festival of light could have been plunged so violently into darkness.
Well, joining me now is the Australian broadcaster Hamish MacDonald, presenter of Mornings on ABC Radio Sydney. Hamish, Netanyahu had incredibly strong words for Albanese, which he has rejected. But how heavy do these accusations hang in Australia today?
I think the great difficulty that the Prime Minister is going to face, Krishnan, in responding both to Netanyahu and the international community is that those sentiments described by the Israeli Prime Minister are shared by a significant proportion of the Jewish community here in Australia. There are long-standing critiques of the Albanese government in terms of its efforts to stamp out anti-Semitism. There was a report handed down in July of this year by the government's own anti-Semitism envoy. It contained a raft of specific suggestions, recommendations for the government to implement. And as of today, the federal government still has not formally responded to that, though I note that the Home Affairs Minister and the Prime Minister saying, look, at different levels of government, we have started to implement some of it. But even the envoy herself still in that position today.
Why the fuck are they getting notes on combating anti-Semitism from an apartheid state that is doing a genocide led by an internationally recognized war criminal? What the fuck is this? Every government has a responsibility to protect all of its citizens, okay? Every government has that responsibility. Yes, this includes Jewish citizens, Muslim citizens, citizens of every different background. Why the fuck is Israel meddling in the affairs of how that must be conducted when we know exactly what that looks like here in the United States of America? A country that's supposed to have a pretty solid First Amendment that the Israeli lobby has directly violated time and time again, with censorship initiatives, with loyalty pledges to the state of Israel. It's completely fucking ridiculous.
They said, I want the government to respond in full to that report and show that they're serious about doing this and doing it quickly.
And what about the mood in Australia with regard to the Muslim community as well? I mean, what difference has it made that this man being described as a hero who disarmed the father was himself from a Muslim Syrian background?
Yeah, look, it's interesting, I think, Krishna, because you're not hearing any of the leaders, either at a state or federal level, explicitly making that point that you have just made, but I don't think it is lost on anyone. And I think what leaders have been at pains to point out is that this man is an ordinary Australian. That's what an ordinary Australian looks like. I think the broader point they're trying to make is that Sydney and Australia is often cited as one of the best examples of successful multicultural societies. What we've seen, though, in the last couple of years, particularly since the October 7 attacks, is that fracture lines that probably have existed all along have somehow bubbled up. They have not.
No, that's not real. And the reason for why that's not real is because this isn't some sort of like ethnic tension or sectarian infighting. This is the overwhelming majorities of the population against their governments with respect to their allegiance, the government's allegiance to Israel, okay? You go out to these protests, it's not just Arabs that are at the protests, not just Muslims that are at the protests. These protests are diverse. There's even a generational diversity at these protests as well. And there's plenty of polling to prove that. I hate that this argument is always reduced to, well, this is like a, Muslims versus Jews thing that's playing itself out here on Australian soil. This is not who we are. Motherfucker, wake up. Jews are also anti-Israel, okay? The majority is anti-Israel. They're fucking protesting against the government for being pro-Israel, holding on to an allegiance that the majorities don't want. I don't like the way that these guys cover this stuff to make it seem like this is just a Muslim versus Jew thing, right? That's not the case.
Being contained in the way that they perhaps have been in the past. Australian leaders often publicly make a bargain with the broader community that we welcome people to this country from all over the world, but leaders ask that you leave behind the problems of the regions, the countries, the conflicts that you have escaped. I think what we're seeing at the moment, because of conflict, but also because of the access to information and vision from conflicts around the world, is that those distances are no longer so great. It's all much more proximate. The geography that kept Australia separate from so many of the world's problems no longer acts as a constraint or a barrier to those problems existing here as well, Krishna.
What about the fact that this family were on the police's radar? Is this being seen by anyone as a police failure?
Look, it's certainly questions for the...
Dude, Australians, first time, welcome. Welcome to the American experience, by the way. Classic. We know that statement all too well. In the aftermath of heinous acts of violence such as this one that your nation experienced, where the police comes out and goes, oh, this person was on our radar. Wow. Yeah. Something that we are all too familiar with here in the United States of America.
Intelligence agencies, ASIO, Australia's intelligence agency, had investigated the son, the younger of the two gunmen, who is still alive, who is in hospital under police guard as I'm talking to you now, in 2019 for possible links with a terror cell with connections with ISIS. What the authorities are saying is that there was no evidence that this individual or even his family, they interviewed all of them at the time, had any intention to act on anything or to participate in anything that cell may have been planning. The questions, though, that are now being raised are about the two men, the two gunmen. Reportedly, they travelled to the Philippines not very long ago. And so that seems to...
Yo, maybe I'm wrong. And maybe this is misplaced, but I do still feel like the I still have more confidence in the Australian government than I do in the American one, if that makes sense. I know many Australians will say, no, that's stupid, but I don't think you guys understand how bad this is. Not to say the Australian government is competent or is good in general. I'm just saying that the American government is that fucking incompetent, if that makes sense. As far as like looking into this incident, I suspect that they might try to change certain things around, maybe do more rigorous background checks when giving people guns, shit like that. In the United States of America, that's unheard of. Like that would never happen. I'm simply relying on what Australia has done in the past, and maybe even the attitude that you don't want to be like America, because I feel like that's a real big motivator for a lot of countries that are not the United States of America in the English-speaking world. Maybe that will be enough for a lot of normie Australians to advocate for reasonable gun safety, gun control, things of that nature. Because there is definitely a new ideological boundary being drawn in many Western countries where all of the far right is increasingly LARPing as though they are American right-wingers. Like there has been this almost universal magnification of the far right in every country, especially in the Western world. I find it very strange, but I'm sure Europeans in the chat will attest to this. I'm sure the Australians in the chat will attest to this. You'll see like Aussies, you'll see Aussie far right individuals start talking about like First Amendment or Second Amendment protections, like as though that fucking exists in Australia.
To be much of the focus of investigations now because, of course, Southeast Asia has a long history of fundamentalist Islamic terrorism. Obviously, Jamaat Islamiyah was the big player when the Bali bombings occurred, but the Philippines has a long record of this as well.
And how does it seem to you a day on in terms of the impact on the country? I mean, obviously, this is holiday time. Is politics and the nation reasonably united at this point?
When there's a big bushfire, a big natural disaster, Australia does very clearly, overtly rally around, and it's sort of a straightforward equation. I think our leaders are trying to lead the nation in that direction right now, but it is more complex. It is much more complex. Even if you think about, Krishnan, the response to the Port Arthur massacre back in 1996, which we just referred to in the story, there was a very clear path forward. It was difficult, it was challenging for John Howard, the Conservative leader at the time, but there was a broader resolve. And you can see in the response from the government today, they're talking about gun law reform. There hasn't been that same precise, clear direction being set out by the Albanese government when it comes to the question of anti-Semitism. That is because it is more complex to tackle. It is difficult to legislate around hate. State and territory governments have tried and time again. But just weeks ago here in Sydney...
Brother, these people didn't like draw a fucking swastika outside of a synagogue. They went to a Hanukkah festival in Bondi Beach and shot and killed 15 people that were attending, injuring many others. Like the notion that the way to suppress this kind of incident in the future revolves around what the Israeli government considers to be tackling anti-Semitism is so insane. Okay? Like all of those massive, massive protests against the Australian government for its collaboration with the Israeli government as it conducted its genocide for the last 2 years. If those protests didn't happen, right, all of a sudden anti-Semitism doesn't magically perish, or an ISIS-affiliated, potentially ISIS-affiliated terror cell being activated against random Jewish people in Bondi Beach is not thwarted. Like that's not, these two things are not related to one another beyond the fact that, yes, anti-Semitism does increase because of Israel's actions and because of the way that Israel packages its actions. Although completely unjustified as yet another form of bigotry that I will always combat, anti-Semitism, at least historically, has always increased in the aftermath of Israel's violent engagements. Okay? Because Israel itself packages everything it does with Judaism. Israel cloaks itself with Judaism. Even on the first day of Hanukkah, the Israeli occupational forces lit up a menorah on top of the former Indonesian hospital in Gaza that they had overtaken. They lit up a menorah in Syria, in occupied Syrian territory. They talk about the Chabad, the organization that threw the Hanukkah festival in Bondi Beach. There were banners put up in Gaza for Chabad houses around the country at the peak of the genocide. This kind of shit that Israel does directly puts Jews in the Western world in the crosshairs. This doesn't mean that the act is justifiable. It's, of course, unjustifiable. And it also doesn't mean that in the absence of Israel, that anti-Semitism would not exist. This is something that I've talked about quite a bit. It's the oldest form of bigotry. It's the OG Christian bigotry, right? The fuck was that? What's happening? Anne? Ne oluyor? Işık ne yapıyorsunuz? Allah Allah. Anyway.
There was a Nazi rally staged in broad daylight outside of state parliament, targeting what they described as the Jewish lobby. This sent shivers down the spine, I think, of Sydney's Jewish community and broader society here in Australia as well.
And when it comes to the gun laws, I mean, obviously Australia has incredibly strict gun laws, but gun ownership seems to have gone up extraordinarily over the last couple of years. Is it clear why?
Yeah, so I think from the outside it can often be perceived that Australia's strict gun laws mean there aren't many guns. That's not the case. You can have a firearm.
Did you guys not see the light that just like crossed by twice? What the fuck was that? Someone clip it. I don't even know where it came from. That's what's so crazy about it. Because I don't have anything. Like, I don't have anything in front of me. I wonder where it came from. That was weird. No, it looked like flashlights outside, but there is no outside connection where I'm sitting. So you can't even see fucking flashlights that I've talked about quite a bit. It's the oldest form of bigotry. It's the OG Christian bigotry, right? Wait, what? Bigotry. Yeah, see, look. Right? Right? Wait, what the fuck? The OG Christian bigotry. What the fuck? Oh, you can't see it. Move your current. It happened twice. Like right here. I don't know where it came from. Look, form of bigotry, like right here. It's the OG Christian bigotry. You see that? Like right there. And it happened twice. Car reflection from the window. I don't think you can. My windows are not open. There's no light that you can bring in from the windows. That's why I was confused. HasanAbi, literally nobody sees what you're talking about. Are you okay? Look, it's the OG Christian bigotry. See, look, did you see it? Form of bigotry. It's the OG Christian. Look, you see that? Like right there. Delayed rapture. You're going to heaven, buddy. No. Hold on. I need to crack open a blue chew. Anyway, let's continue with this.
arms license. For many people, getting that license means that it's in perpetuity. That's one of the issues that I think they're going to look at. But there has been a proliferation of guns, heavy marketing of guns, for example, in some states and territories. But also those reforms that were delivered in the wake of the Port Arthur massacre were never delivered in full. One of the things that was supposed to happen was a national firearms register, which meant that all the different jurisdictions would talk to each other when weapons were sold. That never happened. And at that National Cabinet meeting that happened today, they all sat down and agreed that that had to happen right now.
Hamish McDonald, thank you very much.
Thanks, Krishnan.
Damn. They're taking more liberties away, dude. They're taking more liberties away from the Australians.
Conclude finally by saying that the government is prepared.
Have you seen HasanAbi archives and how they just put up random photos in their videos? Like you go, Jesus Christ, when you're annoyed, and they put up a picture of Jesus on screen. It's crack up and so random. I haven't seen that. I'm from Sydney. A lot of young men, 18 to 35, have been radicalized online into being bigoted and racist. I'm a part of that demographic, so I have seen it evolve firsthand, even with people I grew up with. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing everywhere, I think. It's not just Sydney. Oh, that's the AI one? That's the AI channel? That's happening all around the world, chatter, unfortunately. Anyway, the point I was trying to make before I got rudely interrupted by a beam of light, which I assume is aliens or Israel, one or the other, was that, of course, anti-Semitism existed long before Israel ever did, but Israel's actions, especially because they packaged those actions with Judaism falsely, absolutely causes more people to lean into anti-Semitic conspiracies, anti-Semitic tendencies, and it increases anti-Semitism in general. Okay? That's it. And a lot of people refuse to recognize this. And it's crazy because, like, this is something that I've consistently talked about in perpetuity, something I've consistently yelled about, something I've consistently warned about, and yet those warnings have always consistently fallen on deaf ears. And not only are they fallen on deaf ears, but when the moment actually does come, when there is a heinous anti-Semitic act of violence, for example, people still turn around and go, wow, dude, I can't believe you found it in your heart to criticize Israel here. I'm not going to abide by the same standards that those who defend Israel abide by when they make beeper jokes or when they talk about assassinating political dissidents who are anti-Israel, both in Gaza and also all around the world, right? So, of course, it's unacceptable. It's completely and utterly unacceptable. This is an act of violence. It's senseless violence. It is heinous. It's a horrible crime. No one should be fearful of this kind of violence or any kind of violence, really, for simply participating in a religious holiday. Okay? It's monstrous bullshit. It's not advancing any cause. And there's never been a moment where I've ever entertained such things, and there will never be a moment where I will entertain such things. I made that very clear yesterday, but it bears repeating regardless. Okay? The reasons as to why I despise Israel is the same reason why I hate Nazis. Because Israel is built around a fascist exterminationist ideology known as Zionism. Okay? It is the driving principle, an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that demands consistent death and destruction for every group of person that Israel ends up occupying inevitably. It's an ethno-state. It's unacceptable. Okay? And while I have routinely talked about the differences of anti-Semitism as it exists in contemporary society as opposed to different forms of racism, anti-black racism, anti-brown racism, and how there is no systemic disenfranchisement of Jews, at least in contemporary American society, as opposed to historically there was, right? In contemporary American society, in the same way that there is systemic disenfranchisement of black and brown people, anti-Semitism still is a real bigotry, a real form of hate. I've made that clear over and over again, and I will continue to make that point clear over and over again. Okay?
To take whatever action is necessary. Included in that is the need for tougher gun laws. And this afternoon at 4 o'clock, I will put on the agenda of the National Cabinet tougher gun laws, including limits on the number of guns that can be used or licensed by individuals. A review of licences over a period of time. People's circumstances change. People can be radicalised over a period of time. Licences should not be in perpetuity. And checks, of course, making sure that those checks and balances are in place as well. We will I'll take to National Cabinet this afternoon a proposal to empower agencies to examine what can be done in this area.
The Ameribrained version of events here, which I fear the Australian right will severely push, is no, actually, we need more guns in Australia. This wouldn't have happened if there were more guns, okay? And also, the real problem is not gun control, which we have already too much of, but it's actually Muslim control, right? Because that was what the unified American right position was. Their immediate response to this, this horrifying incident was to say, oh, it's not about gun control, it's about Muslim control. You got to do more Muslim control. We got to get more Islamophobic. Aussies don't have gun culture, plus the hero that broke that narrative up. I know. Obviously, a big dent was put into that Islamophobic narrative because of the brave actions taken by Ahmed al-Ahmed. You know, sad day for Laura Loomer and Benjamin Netanyahu on that front. And from what I understand, there was apparently another person, an asylum seeker, intervened in the Bondi Beach terror attack, but was shot at by the police and attacked by members of the public. This is not the, this is a different bystander, right? I live in Australia, and I'm unfortunately hearing a rumor of call to arms similar to the Cronulla riots that took place here. Yeah, I mean, I think the government will stamp that shit out. Also, cops behaving like cops. Also, this is another real reason why having more guns doesn't actually solve the problem. Hey man, I agree with you, but a lot of Jewish people, while they don't agree with what the government is doing, still believe that there should be a Jewish homeland. This is a belief that's been ingrained in them since they were little. How do you convince them that the whole concept of Israel is a bad thing to change their minds? I mean, I do it every fucking day. And I've done it to pretty decent success here on this broadcast. So, yeah, all ethno-states are bad because the way that you design, all ethno-states inevitably end up with Japan regardless, which is the closest you can get to an ethno-state that did its indigenous genocide many, many years prior to 2025, right? Centuries prior to 2025. But one that is developing as an ethno-state where the indigenous population is still there is always going to lead to ethnic cleansing, as we have seen. If you are anti-genocide, if you're anti-fascist, as many Jews are taught to be, then it's quite simple. Never again means never again for all, not just for Jews. Regardless of the insane amount of social conditioning that takes place, it's a fairly simple argument to present. I entirely agree, but I often hear an argument that all states are basically ethno-states. When you look at Europe, for example, maintaining the ethno-majority, what do you say? Yeah, the people that want to maintain an ethno-majority or talk about like maintaining a white ethno-majority are the fucking Nazis, dude. Like what? How does that not immediately reveal the position of the average Zionist? Yeah, it's the, like, I feel like maybe discourse has shifted so much, like the Overton window is slammed so far to the right that that's like the dynamic that people are comfortable existing in, where there's just like, well, that's just the right-wing position, right? Like, you know, people want to have a ethnic majority in their own countries or whatever the fuck, right? Sorry, not a Japanese history expert. What native people Japanese genocided in Japanese history? The Ainu people is one of the indigenous population that the Japanese ethnically cleansed, and the Ryukyuan. Yeah, the asylum seeker runs up to the steps to the shooter, confirms one of the shooters is down, kicks a gun away from him, tries to tell the cops the shooter is down, then they shoot at him, cuff him, bystanders assault him, and now people are blaming him, saying he deserved it. In any case, what the fuck, man? This camera, Jesus Christ. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is that back in the day, maybe I'm too old for this now, but back in the day when someone were to say, oh, we must maintain a demographic concern, we must maintain a secure future for our white children, you kind of understood that that person was a fucking fascist. We must secure an existence for our Jewish children. just changes one word out of the 14 words. It changes it from white to Jewish. That doesn't change the fucking sentiment behind it. That doesn't change the danger behind expressing such sentiment. It's still fucking fascist. You know? What's the difference? It's still 14 words. What's the difference between white power and Jewish power? One is an active party in the Israeli Knesset. It's the party that Itamar Ben-Gvir is a part of, the Jewish Power Party. It is not that complicated. I promise you, it's not that complicated.
Quite clearly, the Howard government's gun laws have made an enormous difference in Australia and are a proud moment of reform, quite rightly, achieved across the parliament with bipartisan...
I don't know, man. What about black power? Great question. Black power was developed as a resistance front at a time when black people, as the minority, were being severely restricted and dominated. You're oversimplifying it, man. No, I'm not. Jewish people in Israel are not a part of the out-group. They're not a marginalized population that's being fucking dominated. Okay? White power and black power, the difference between white power and black power is that one is already in the in-group and wants more domination of the out-group. Jewish power in Israel is the same thing. And the reality of the matter is, right? But why does Jewish power have to be Zionist in nature? The fuck? I already explained it to you. Because Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. If you have institutional power and you want more domination of the outgroup, you're a fascist. If you want to develop a national identity when you are under colonial occupation, that movement will be a liberationist one. Black power, which is the original version, before white people looked at black power and said, let's do white power instead, was about liberating black people from the chains of segregation, okay? From the chains of racial domination in a white supremacist country. Just like Black Lives Matter is supposed to tackle police disproportionately targeting black neighborhoods, as opposed to All Lives Matter is supposed to be a response against that from white people to say, oh, what do you mean Black Lives Matter? What about All Lives Matter? To dilute people's consciousness on this issue. The negative connotation with fascism and Nazi ideology is going away, pointing out fascists and saying that's bad. The Nazis believe the exact same thing won't work as an argument for much longer, in my opinion. You're going to have to argue why an ethno-state and ethnic cleansing is a bad project in the next decade. Yeah, that's precisely the reason why I started using Japan as an example. If Israel doesn't collapse and its project is complete, that will be seen as the successful model. I agree. I know. I see that. That's why the way I cover this stuff has changed as well. The reason why nationalism and fascism is bad is not just because, like, I don't just like point to the Nazis and say, well, they're the bad guys. They're the ultimate bad guys in this like secular religion that we've created, is what the Nazis would ironically say. What neo-Nazis say now is like this: the Holocaust was wrong and Hitler was a bad man is considered a secular religion. Okay, that's what fascists say nowadays, right? But there's a good reason why we understand that the Holocaust was immoral and Adolf Hitler was repugnant. Okay, and that's because of the mechanized death and destruction. The whole point is you should not justify the wholesale slaughter of an entire population of people just because you've identified them as an aberration that must be excised. I don't like that we are actively normalizing fascism. Ironically enough, Israel is playing a major role in the normalization of fascist ethno-supremacist ideology in liberal society. And what I think a lot of people are incredibly short-sighted on in this regard is that it is opening up the space for neo-Nazis to also basically say, why can't we just do Israel for whites? Why can't we do Israel for white Christians? I want to do Israel for white people. That's what they keep saying over and over again. And what's frustrating about this and what's terrifying about this is that the more liberals in polite society, the more our ideological elites keep leaning into the normalcy of Israel as a clear-cut, definitional fascist state, the more, without realizing, they lend credence to the argument presented by the Nick Fuentes of the world, especially in a country that already has a fuck ton of white supremacist first principles, white supremacy baked into its fundamentals. It's not going to end up defending Israel in the long run. It's just going to basically fucking create an environment where more and more Americans self-identify openly as fascists and white supremacists, Nazis, ethno-nationalists, white identitarians, whatever version of that that terminology will be more appropriate for the modern lexicon, for modern cultural tastes. I get the difference, but it's the oversimplification. I have family who came... What? I have family who came to America to flee pogroms in Western Russia? What? It's not an oversimplification at all. It's because it's quite simple. You just don't want to see it. You feel me? It's quite simple. You just refuse to recognize it, and it's fine. You just don't want to see it. And at this stage, you still refuse to see it. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to explain it to you. Those Jews deserve nowadays to have a future as a jewelry, not saying it has to be what the Zionists want. Wait, what? Those Jew deserve nowadays to have a future as a... What? You got auto-modded because you said Zionists, which ironically enough is another... ironically enough is a censorship that the Israel advocacy groups implemented on this platform, for the record. Okay? Nobody is saying Jews don't deserve to live in the Western world or wherever they live comfortably. As a matter of fact, I want everyone to live comfortably. There's never been a moment where I've said like, oh yeah, Jews need to get the fuck out of here. It's insane. What do I always say? The greatest danger to Israel's existence is not Hamas or Hezbollah. It's actually Sherman Oaks, Beverly Hills, Boca Raton, Brooklyn. Okay? Because as long as Jews live comfortably in the Western world and achieve levels of success and can comfortably exist in the Western world, why the fuck would they go live in Israel? And if your project relies on all Jews constantly being in a state of panic and constantly being fearful that they are going to be victim to anti-Semitic attacks in the Western world whenever they, leave their houses or when they go to their synagogues or whatever, then they have to defend Israel for that reason. They have to come to Israel and live in Israel and make babies in Israel, because that's what a fascist ultimately cares about. Because of how mainstream the demonization of minorities has been throughout history, wouldn't that mean all whites were white supremacists until relatively recently? I mean, plenty of them were. But whiteness as a concept is also a relatively new one in comparison to the grand scheme of human history. White supremacy in and of itself is a new, relatively recent construct. People didn't think like that. That wasn't something like the Roman Empire is a great example of this, or even the fucking Greek. The ancient Greece is another example of this. A lot of white supremacists present the Roman Empire and ancient Greece as like profound white civilizational achievements. None of those motherfuckers would be read as white at all. They didn't think that they were white. They didn't have a concept such as white back then. Okay? That's not a thing. That was never a factor of consideration in their societal design. Okay? And even whiteness in the United States of America has evolved over the years. If you go all the way back to Benjamin Franklin, he very famously said that America was a nation state or a land for the Reds. He's talking about the Native American population, and the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, with only one exception made for the French, and that's because he really liked French girls, famously. Okay? He considered Germans and Scandinavians to be swarthy and not of pure Anglo-Saxon stock. They were not considered white back then, in his eyes. Okay? They were not considered a part of the in-group. And throughout time, the United States of America became one of the most diverse nations on the fucking planet through migration patterns. And every single time there was a new group of people that were coming in from a different country, they were at first met with tremendous resistance. There was a time when Irish people were not considered white. There was a time when Catholic Italians were not considered white. There was a time when Greeks were not considered white. Polish people were not considered white. Jewish people were not considered white. All of which is now understandably under the banner of whiteness in modern society. Okay? It's so firmly considered white. These people of European stock now are so firmly considered white that it's like unimaginable for many people living in 2025 Many people who were, who've been around for multiple decades, like they can't even consider a world where where someone would look at you twice if you were to hire like an Irish person, that you would consider an Irish person to be non-white. That's like unheard of, right? And now slowly but surely, we're moving in the direction of Latino people also being considered white as well. Hispanic people in this country are also now being considered white. Part of that is because whiteness needs to be, in a nation that is white supremacist, whiteness needs to expand. But whiteness as a socio-political construct is defined by its proximity to blackness, non-whiteness. And therefore, it's a socio-political construct that was designed around purity. So as long as there's more people coming in and people are, mixing amongst themselves consensually as adults, the more this self-standard, like this self-imposed standard, is going to have to understandably shrink. And in an effort to not let it shrink, the broader sentiment is bringing in these new groups of people under the banner of whiteness. Okay? The easiest way to explain it to you is Barack Obama. Barack Obama is considered the first black president of the United States of America, even though half of his relatives are white. Why is that the case? Why is Barack Obama black and not considered white? The reason why is because of the one drop rule. The reason why is because of how whiteness was designed. Okay? As long as you have a degree of black lineage, you will not be considered white. It's that simple. Because being mixed doesn't make you not black, LMFAO. Yeah, that's the point. Yes, that's my point. That's exactly. I'm trying to explain to people who don't understand this concept the ways in which whiteness, as you also correctly pointed out, and white supremacy, like the concept of whiteness in general, was created around this made up form of purity, and that purity and its boundaries were simply your degree of proximity to blackness. That's the reason why Barack Obama is not considered yet another white president, but the first black president. Yeah, dog, I'm backing you up. Well, thank you. Thank you for the backup, chatter. So, any ideology that designs its utopian future around these made up boundaries is destined for death, destruction, and ultimately failure. Nationalist ideology or fascist ideology of this sort, which I would say is when nationalist narratives are defended by the already existing in-group, right? When they are advanced, you get Adolf Hitler. That's the logical conclusion of fascist ideology. A society designed around this false standard of genetic purity or ethnic purity or national purity or religious purity is always destined to fail. It's an incredibly silly use of resources. We're seeing a smaller version of that in America right now with the Trump administration and with Stephen Miller. The notion that our neighbors that have been living on U.S. soil for decades at this point are actually here with indecent goals, that they want to actually ruin American society as they operate as a monolith to destroy American society. And not that like they have the exact same worldview that you have, that you and I have, that they have the exact same goals that you and I have, that they're just simply trying to put a roof over their heads, have a hot meal, be able to design a better future for their children, and that they're somehow here with indecent purpose. The question always is, why the fuck are we spending billions of dollars beefing up an agency whose sole purpose is to terrify the fuck out of your neighbors and to kidnap them and to lock them into concentration camps? It's ridiculous. Shouldn't that revenue, shouldn't those resources be used elsewhere to fix the bridges, to fix the roads, to build robust infrastructure, to build housing for all, to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves? Nope. We got to keep going on this death and destruction initiative, and we got to give billions and billions of dollars to Israel. That's what the issue is here.
Support. If we need to toughen these up, if there's anything we can do, I'm certainly up for it, and I hope to get National Cabinet on board for that this afternoon as well.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Compa.
The thing I can't stand on top of like the indecency of the propaganda from the right, the thing I really can't fucking stand is that these people who have like heavily leaned into anti-Semitic conspiracies, defended anti-Semitic conspiracists and neo-Nazis over and over again for years, now have the audacity to sit on top of this exact same perch and to cry foul and to say anti-Semitism is on the rise. Why is it on the rise? Because people are not pro-Israel enough. It disgusts me. I'm seeing a smaller version of that in, my own orbit here on Twitch with the very same people that very clearly, with routine frequency, with regular frequency, promote the likes of Nick Fuentes and lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, only to turn around and weaponize false smears of anti-Semitism against people like myself for the crime of shitting on Israel, for the crime of being a morally consistent anti-fascist, for the crime of someone who is consistent on the principles of anti-genocide. I hate that. I hate it so much. It's just my own personal pet peeve. I'm sure many people don't give a fuck about it that much, but it is really, really disgusting. These are the very same people that have for years entertained neo-Nazis, have defended neo-Nazis. It's so fucking bad faith. It also creates this weird dynamic where, like, you are more an anti-Semite in their eyes as long as you're coming from a Muslim background than like someone who is coming from a whiter background that says neo-Nazi shit. The real anti-Semite in the Western world is someone who doesn't want to see Palestinians get slaughtered, not someone who is saying all Jews are monolithic and defending Israel unconditionally and actually are a real ever-present danger to Western civilization because they've done unlimited third world migration initiatives in this country with the express purpose of destroying it. Things that Adolf Hitler and his lackeys said. Those guys are not the real anti-Semites. The real anti-Semite is the fucking average Muslim. Brother, as a Jew, tell me about it. These guys have hated Jews for decades behind dog whistles. It's so gross to see them act like they hate anti-Semitism when in reality they just want an excuse to demonize the other people they hate more. Exactly.
Along with Harold Ford Jr., Jesse Waters, Dana Perino, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. At any moment, we are expecting an update from police and local officials in Rhode Island on the deadly mass shooting at Brown University. Police are still searching for a suspected gunman after releasing a possible suspect earlier. But first to this, the threat of radical Islamic terrorism is once again on our radar after the horrific anti-Semitic attack in Australia. 2 gunmen, a father and son, targeting a Hanukkah celebration on Bondi Beach in Sydney. 15 people were shot to death, including children as young as 8 years old. President Trump praising the efforts of a heroic bystander who bravely tackled one of the suspects to the ground.
It's been a very...
Why are you not commenting about Trump's mental tweet about Rob Reiner? I did earlier today. I covered it extensively in the beginning, which you can actually see if you rewind. And if you want to be able to rewind on the HasanAbi broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or if you're lucky enough, maybe you can get gifted a sub. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and it is always for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions are totally voluntary. You will be able to rewind if you subscribe. That's one of the many benefits. PBS is sponsored by you, for you. Thank you.
A very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives. So very brave person who's right now in the hospital, pretty seriously wounded. So I great respect to that man that did that. But we're here for a different reason. We're here to celebrate Christmas and to...
Yeah, what was his name? It's just, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he has a name, right? What was his name?
Celebrate, and I think today we can very say loudly, we celebrate Hanukkah, because that was such a horrible attack. That was a purely anti-Semitic attack.
The brutal terror attack on the Jewish community putting new pressure on Democrats here at home to confront the tide of rising anti-Semitism in their ranks, like those college students who chanted from the river.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Brother, sisters, brothers, I don't know if I'm crazy, and maybe I am a little crazy, but I feel like this conflation of anti-genocide protesters with the actions of a father and son duo that may or may not have been actually primed by ISIS as well, engaging in an anti-Semitic attack is not actually going to work to suppress dissent. People are just going to still be anti-genocide. They're still going to be anti-Israel. So all you're doing is basically continuously conflating being anti-Israel with being anti-Semitic. Every single day of the week, this dangerous conflation is repeated on every single mainstream organ. They do it on CNN, they do it on Fox News, they do it over and over and over again. And even those, such as myself, who warn about the dangers of this conflation and what kind of unnecessary enmity it invites towards Jews living in the Western world, are then yelled at. It is fucking insane. At a certain point, it's just out of my goddamn hands. You know what I mean? What can I do? I'm trying my fucking best.
To the seat, Democrat Senator John Fetterman with this message for his party.
Just call it what it is. Anti-Semitism is a worldwide scourge, and it's constantly demonstrated to be deadly, and it keeps manifest itself in these things. It's an absolute betrayal for Israel and for the worldwide Jewish community, like whether it's France or Australia or any of these nations, our Western allies now calling for a two-state solution when Hamas refuses to disarm.
Yeah, that's why this happened. Yeah. These guys were like, oh my God. Albanese said that there should be a state recognition, a conditional recognition of Palestinian statehood. Well, now is our opportunity to go kill a bunch of Jews at the Hanukkah festival in Bondi Beach. Thank you, John Fetterman. You did it. You cracked the fucking case. It is so unimaginably incoherent. Except the reason why this is being advanced by this dullard, this ogre here, is not like this inconsistent, incoherent narrative is not just being advanced by this fucking ogre. It's being advanced by Benjamin Netanyahu as well. He's just repeating the same talking points. So you don't even have to be a brain damaged moron to come up and repeat these talking points. You hear it from people who aren't brain damaged morons either. Former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull says Benjamin Netanyahu should stay out of our politics after the Israeli Prime Minister said Australia's support of a Palestinian state is inflaming anti-Semitism in the country. Netanyahu made the comments after a mass shooting on Bondi Beach during a Hanukkah event that left 15 people dead.
Would respectfully say to Bibi Netanyahu, please stay out of our politics.
Hours after this terrible incident happened, he very openly blamed your Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, by saying that the recognition of Palestine was pouring fuel on anti-Semitism in Israel and in Australia, and he just and that the government was weak in its response to those warning signs. Do you buy that criticism from the Israeli government?
No, I do not. And I would respectfully say to Bibi Netanyahu, please stay out of our politics. If you've got that kind of commentary to make, you are not helping. I know Netanyahu.
I mean, that's awesome. Yeah. It's the bare minimum. How is anti-Semitism any different from any other form of bigotry? I mean, there are differences to it. The differences are, like, it's bigotry regardless, right? But there are historic differences to it with how successful it's been implemented as like a guiding principle. And in contemporary society, the differences are simply that there is no systemic disenfranchisement of Jews as opposed to like the systemic forms of discrimination that, black and brown people experience. And of course, because it's most commonly used as a defense mechanism for this settler colonial apparatus that is doing a genocide, it's the only one that you fucking hear about. Obviously, this is an appropriate moment to hear about anti-Semitism, considering that this was an anti-Semitic act of violence directly targeting a Hanukkah ceremony. But in many other instances, and even in this one, when this is a valid instance of anti-Semitism, a real instance of anti-Semitic violence, very quickly, so many fucking charlatans try to deviate the discourse back to like hurting Israel's feelings, and it blows my fucking mind. Of course, not helped that like even the victims that are there are instantly saying this happened because you gave money to Palestine. It's one of the most psychotic fucking things I've ever encountered. It's just, I think about this quite a bit. maybe it's my background. Like, my name is Hasan. I'm Muslim, but maybe it's because of that I just cannot comprehend how so many Jewish people very publicly and very visibly will identify themselves as Zionists and openly talk about the ambitions of Israel as a positive, even in the immediate aftermath of a heinous attack that killed a 87-year-old Holocaust survivor and a 10-year-old. Like, while the bodies are being picked up behind you, your first inclination, if that in that moment, is still to like defend the interests of Israel. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. But it unironically is reminiscent of like a thing that never really existed, but a thing that was falsely conflated in the media during the global war on terror. All Muslims are ISIS. All Muslims are fundamentalists. All Muslims love ISIS. A dangerous lie that was repeated over and over again, reinforced through stereotyping in every aspect of the media in an effort to justify the global war on terror. When in fact, by and large, ISIS's primary victims have been Muslims. So whenever I see anyone really, but especially when I see Jewish people openly talk about how much they love Israel. Whenever I see Jewish people say, like, I'm a Zionist, I'm a proud Zionist, I love Israel, I care about Israel, how dare you fucking talk shit about Israel? I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, don't you realize that you are attaching yourself, your identity, your religion to a genocidal apartheid state? You are making your own life in the Western world more difficult. You are making the lives of other Jews that you love more difficult with this dangerous conflation. You should be speaking out against this. You know, you should be speaking out against it every day. Of course, no such reality exists where Muslims ran around talking about how much they fucking love ISIS, obviously. And yet this conflation was still brought up with regular frequency in mainstream media. But there are plenty of Jewish people who do go on television and say, Israel is the most important thing in my life. And if you speak out against Israel, you're fucking anti-Semitic. It's insane.
Jews were just slaughtered in Bondi, Australia, the first night of Hanukkah celebration in a raging, horrifying anti-Semitic attack. Awful. And as a Jew, I can tell you that it is absolutely affecting people everywhere. I can speak for myself. I was planning on attending a public menorah lighting tonight in New York to be with community, to celebrate light and to celebrate the act of perseverance. And now I'm questioning whether I feel comfortable going to that. Anti-Semitism is absolutely on the rise, as is hatred for Jews and the Jewish people, and we can and should acknowledge that. And with that, as a Jewish person, I also feel that it's my responsibility to remind folks to be weary of anybody who uses this horrifying moment to spread more hate. Be weary of anybody who uses this horrifying moment to pour fuel on the fire that is already raging of Islamophobia. Please be weary of anybody who uses this moment to question or prod at the pro-Palestinian movement. They are already doing this. Benjamin Netanyahu already has gone out and put out a...
Like, that was such a insane moment. Like, they didn't even have I don't think Hasan understands his perspective. Wait, what? His perspective? How do I not understand his perspective? Hello? I agree with his perspective. It's the same thing that I keep saying over and over again. There's never been a moment where I've been like, oh, I'm discarding the fears, the valid fears of anti-Semitism that Jewish people have. There is, however, plenty of moments where I have railed against people who are cynically tying anti-Semitism to anti-Zionist acts in an effort to claim that that anyone and everyone that dare defy the beautiful nation state of Israel is actually being the worst kind of anti-Semite. It is because I do care about anti-Semitism as a form of bigotry that I don't do that, and I get very mad at people who engage in this act of conflation, this dangerous conflation.
Statement saying that he blames the Freedom for Palestinian movement, the pro-Palestinian movement in Australia. He blames it for this attack already. We are allowed to hold two truths at once. Two things can be true in parallel. One, that anti-Semitism is on the rise and Jews are scared, and 2, that there is a genocide happening in Palestine being inflicted upon the Palestinian people by the government of Israel with support by the US government. This is terrifying. It's horrible. To the 12 families who lost family members, we mourn and we grieve with you.
How is this the responsibility of the people being genocided? No one has said that. I'm not saying that. It's not. I think a lot of people, what's frustrating is there are a lot of people that, I mean, Zionists make that argument, if that's what you're saying. And like, he's the one who's railing against Benjamin Netanyahu and Zionists making this conflation, saying this is like Islamic style violence and terror that Israel is trying to stop, all this stuff.
May their memories be a blessing, and also may perseverance and freedom ultimately be granted to the people of Palestine. Happy Hanukkah. So 12 Jews were just slaughtered in Bondi.
It's crazy because like there are also so many people who have unimaginable smoke for dudes like this, like anti-Zionist Jews. I think it was like Pink that posted that thing on her fucking Instagram stories where it was like, reach out to some real Jews in your lives and not those fucking anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic Jew tokens or whatever. And it was like, you are a psycho, dude. You are a psychotic person. Like you have already ordained anti-genocide, like Jews that hold a consistent anti-genocide position as non-Jews. That is fucking insane. Yes, Pink the musician. Yeah, she posted that shit. I don't give a fuck what anyone's background is. I only care about what their worldview looks like, what their ideology is, what the causes that they're advancing, okay? Is mind-boggling to me. Jenna Ortega, however, was great.
Because you're here today.
In defending Palestine. This is an older video, I think, right?
My mom will always be a hero, but another hero of mine today, I don't know, I'm quite gravitated towards the people of Palestine and the way that they speak up and, you know, the way that they're continuously using their voice no matter how much the world seems to ignore them.
Remember when Times of Israel did a fucking blog post comparing Jenna Ortega to Kanye West because Jenna Ortega had posted about like an infographic about Israeli occupation, and Times of Israel unironically at the peak of like Kanye West saying he loves Adolf Hitler tried to claim that Jenna Ortega's anti-Zionism was actually maybe more dangerous than Kanye West's open anti-Semitism. I mean, people have done that to me as well, saying that I am more dangerous than Kanye West in terms of spreading anti-Semitism. Yeah, this is a truly absurd and vile response from Pink that blames anti-occupation Jews for yesterday's massacre of Jewish people. Pink says, today's a good day to let your Jewish friends know you see and believe them and their lived experience and love them more than you love social media propaganda and tokenize anti-Zionist voices. And I guess it's from Jonah Platt originally. It's so fucking gross. It's so gross. What the hell are you doing? I will never, ever in a million years understand a nation state that is engaging in like unlimited live streamed baby murder and just tying your entire identity to that so publicly. Okay. Perhaps a part of the reason why I don't automatically assume that every Jewish person that I meet is an ultra Zionist attached to the hip at the settler colonial enterprises, because I myself have regularly received accusations, false accusations, that I like deny the Armenian genocide or don't believe in the Kurdish emancipatory movement and things of that nature because of my Turkish background. But I just don't do that. But it does blow my mind that people will publicly posture in this direction. There's also this, with no supporting evidence. The New York Times publishes Bret Stephens' claim that Australia's mass murder can be blamed on pro-Palestinian activists, saying resistance is justified, globalize the intifada, and by any means necessary. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. That's what it was. Yeah, we really need to put a stop to this criticism of Israel stuff, please.
I know him pretty well, actually. And I understand where he's coming from, his passion and so forth, but this is not helping and it's not right. I mean, as Albanese has said, and as we all know, as Wes Streeting has said in your country, the vast majority of countries in the world recognise Palestine as a state. The vast majority vast majority are supportive.
Yeah, wait till the ISIS affiliate comes out and says, oh, I got radicalized in the pro-Palestinian protests. Just wait for that round of discourse, by the way. The Pakistani dude who had an ISIS flag in his car is going to turn around and be like, I actually was radicalized at the massive Melbourne pro-Palestinian protests, and that's why I did this heinous act of violence. And also, I've learned from my mistakes. I think Israel should exist. If people weren't criticizing Israel, I wouldn't have done this or some shit. That's what he's going to come out and say.
Two-state solution. Indeed, when I was Prime Minister, Israel emotionally supported a two-state solution. It doesn't any longer. And the message that I used to make when I was in Parliament, and the message I've made since then, is we cannot allow these foreign...
Yeah, he's going to be like, oh, isn't he not Pakistani? I thought he was. Am I wrong? That was the initial reporting.
Wars and
so maybe I'm wrong.
To be imported here. We are a very successful multicultural society. We need to ensure that wars in the Middle East, wars in any...
No, the Syrian guy is Ahmed al-Ahmed, the one that thwarted the shooters. Is there a filter on this video? No, he's of Indian and Italian ancestry, supposedly now. What the fuck? That is Afghan, and Naved is Australian born.
And are actively trying to kill Jews. That is not the appropriate reward after 10/7 and this thing.
And now it looks like the FBI has foiled a potential act of pro-Palestinian terror here on American soil. 4 members of a far-left anti-government group have been arrested. They are facing charges for allegedly planning a series of bomb attacks across Southern California on New Year's Eve. Officials say they were motivated by extremist, pro-Palestinian, anti-law enforcement, and anti-government ideology. Dana, a lot to unpack here. You had some powerful interviews during your show earlier this morning.
Yeah, so I think this is what globalizing the Intifada looks like. And
Wow. Wow. Hey, are you anti-genocide? Stop that. Stop that. Don't do it. This is what it looks like.
And if you listen to Call Me Back, which is Dan Senor's podcast, he had...
Like, low-key, these guys sound like some of the most, like, insane fucking third worldists that you see on Twitter every now and then who are like, no, actually, this act was justified because, I bet all of the people that they killed were Zionists. It's like they do a little handshake on this stuff, okay? Now, of course, the most rabid of the third world is that come out with that kind of shit on Twitter are like 4 people in a Discord server, They have no motion. They have nothing. These are obviously mainstream reporters on the most popular mainstream news network, so it's a little bit different.
One of his regular guests on today who's from Israel, and he's there. And there is intel that has been around since about August. That's a month after Iran's nuclear weapon stockpile was obliterated by the United States and Israel.
Yeah. Note that Pam Bondi describes this group, which has an American-centric name and was targeting ICE as pro-Palestinian even before she calls them anti-government. I mean, as someone who has attended many pro-Palestinian protests and spoke at rallies, organized alongside many other groups in pro-Palestinian advocacy, I've never heard of these guys. I'm also anti-ICE. I've never heard of these guys. I wonder what happened there. You're lost? Yeah, it's because I'm not a real one like those guys are. You're right. Yeah. Real advocacy and real organizing is not around fucking fundraisers or mass awareness initiatives or anything of that sort. It's actually when you get together with an FBI informant who tells you that they should make explosive ordnance in a desert somewhere in direct view of a Reaper drone in broad fucking daylight, or go to the Philippines and get like trained by ISIS, by ISIS affiliates in the Philippines to come back and do a heinous act of anti-Semitic violence. That's the real pro-Palestinian cause. Okay.
August, there was this intel that said basically there is some state actor out there.
Might be, bro. Should have been doing real praxis instead of chirping on the internet. The fuck have I done? Just going to rallies, organizing, stuff like that is just fucking lame.
that is orchestrating these attacks, encouraging these attacks, okay? And you can go through them one by one. You can see there's things happening. There was this in the Christmas market in Germany. That attack was foiled, thank goodness. You had the New Year's celebration in Los Angeles. They foiled that plot today. That was announced earlier. Paris has canceled its New Year's Eve celebrations because they're concerned about this very thing, which to me says they've got intelligence that says that this was possibly going to happen and they didn't know where the people were. And they're like, let's just cancel it in order for everyone to be safe. You had the shooting of our National Guard. You have a call to action, which means that we have to have a continued vigilance and to be on offense. There is only one way to beat back radical Islamic terrorism and anti-Semitism, and then that is to be on offense and to have moral clarity, and the moral clarity like what President Trump just discussed. There's no, well, and a maybe, and a thing. No, it was, this is wrong, this is anti-Semitism. And he said to the perpetrators of the attack in Syria that killed our people, said, oh, there will be retaliation. That is the only way to deal with it. It's a generational struggle. People who wanted to free Palestine, they didn't just want a peace deal or a ceasefire in Gaza. No, they got the ceasefire, and now they've stepped on the gas just when we need to actually step on the gas for ourselves. If you are going to take steps like canceling school, canceling events, taking away the people's ability to gather in Paris for New Year's Eve, then you better be doubling down on your security, because there's the only way to protect our way of life, our Western way of life that they would like to destroy, is to stay on the offense.
Jesse, to exactly that point, people like Sarah Adams, former CIA targeter, talks about how much open source information there is, meaning not classified, just available readily, that all over the world, there are these cells mobilizing with the stated goal of global intifada that charge people with, hey, shoot up this market, hey, find a school, like it is out there. And why is it that the lawmakers here can't even condemn that? Can't even condemn anti-Semitism? You have normal people like Ahmed El-Ahmed that tackle a gunman, that show heroism above and beyond. And elected officials here can't even see that that unchecked anti-Semitism will have fatal consequences.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like after Iran got smoked, they tried to retaliate asymmetrically. They're never really going to be able to hit us back hard, to hit Israel back that hard. But so you'll probably see this go on for years because that's all they're capable of. And they were warned, as Dana said. They had intel that there was something either being fomented by the mullahs or by ISIS. And you've seen as the Australians have
famously aligned with one another, the mullahs and ISIS. Dude, to the average American, this shit hits, dude. They literally look at that and go, yeah, no, classic Iran-ISIS collaboration, which we know happens all the time, you know, famously very friendly with one another. ISIS has historically had closer ties to the state of Israel in their effort to attack Iran and Iranian proxies. There is no collaboration there. I don't know how to deal with stuff like this because, like, again, if every single dumbass, if the overwhelming majority opinion is that there's no difference between ISIS and Iran from the perspective of like the average American, then yeah, that kind of stupid commentary does work. Okay. And they truly don't care. They don't, like, no one actually is like, wait a minute, hold on. Iran and ISIS are enemies. Iran has actually worked alongside U.S. forces in combating ISIS. ISIS is born out of a fundamentalist ideology that was designed in part by American intervention in the region. Hold on. None of this is making sense. Both the United States of America and Israel, which is an extension of the United States of America in the region, of course, is infinitely closer to ISIS and has aligned themselves with ISIS on numerous occasions and also fought against ISIS. Maybe not Israel so much, but America certainly. Okay. Then Iran. One might even say that ISIS-style formations in the region were created specifically to combat any sort of Iranian intervention in the region. Israel's chief of military intelligence briefed Mike Wallace that the damage Israel inflicted on Iran's ballistic missile industry was less severe than initially assessed, and that Iran has already restored its production capacity. Oh, no. Well, guess you got to bomb Iran again. Yeah, it's like blaming an attack by a white guy on Russia and Ukraine collaborating. Yeah. No, for sure. It's a classic Russian-Ukrainian collaboration. And that's the reason why an American Christian white nationalist blew up a fucking church or something. Except Americans are so stupid that they would also believe that the Russians and Ukrainians were collaborating. So I guess like in that same vein, people will agree to that. Oh yeah, there's also this. Councilwoman Vicky Palladino said, we're in the midst of a global jihad with the likes of which the world has never seen, and we cannot ignore it. We need to take very seriously the need to begin the expulsion of Muslims from Western nations. New York City Councilwoman Vicky Palladino. We need to take very seriously the need to begin the expulsion of Muslims from Western nations, or at the very least, and she quote retweeted Drew Pavlov, by the way, or at the very least, severe sanction of them within Western borders. The administration needs to begin developing a formal legal framework for the denationalization process and get it over with before we end up with another 9/11 or worse. Enough is enough. 9/11 famously conducted by Muslims living in the United States of America and not, well, I guess if you say so, maybe there was a American involvement in that too, to a certain degree, you know? Yeah, 1 million Muslims. Zoran says 1 million Muslims live in New York City. We belong here, as does every other New Yorker. This is vile Islamophobia from the councilwoman. It has no place in our city.
Allowed Muslim immigration into their country.
Yeah, and then there's this. Mike Davis, fuck you, Zoran. You've called for the mass murder of Jews for many years. You're a subversive, destructive Islamist. You hate America. Go to hell. Yeah, I also have no belief in the Australian criminal justice system because Drew Pavlov was supposed to be in prison. Okay, I thought he was thrown in jail for refusing to pay a fine or just simply for the vibes alone. I don't know exactly why he was supposed to be thrown in prison, but like, I feel like any reason to throw Drew Pavlov in Australian jail, I would agree with, because I feel like he's an overall nuisance, maybe a terrorist, a vibes terrorist at the very least. So don't really know why he's not in jail right now. And yeah, until the Chinese embassy bomber, Drew Pavlov, is thrown in an Australian prison, I will never believe that Australia will have a real working criminal justice system.
Population of Muslims into Australia has doubled over the last 2 decades. And as that population has grown, there's been a very, very sharp rise in anti-Semitic attacks. Just in the last couple of years, they've been fire bombings of synagogues. They've been fire bombings of Jewish businesses. This is kind of coming to a head there. And I guess maybe they didn't act on the intelligence. I don't know what they did, but there's definitely going to be people that are going to lose their jobs. So the kid was an immigrant. We believe the father was born in Australia, and the kid was on
the opposite, man.
Terror watch list. So that he was all over the government's radar. So the kids...
Dude, what the fuck? I can't believe how... Brother, he's not even lying. He just didn't even read it at all. Like, there's probably papers in front of him that his producers put together with the actual information. But because the goal here is not to deliver the truth or make any sort of serious commentary, but simply just to sit there and say dumb fuck bullshit like, oh, another classic ISIS-Iran collaboration. He doesn't need to say anything but Islam bad, Muslims bad. This is how Muslims are. We got to get the Muslims out. We got to kill all of them. We got to make sure that they die wherever they are. It's a scourge on the Western world. There is no reason for accuracy here. As a matter of fact, accuracy is not rewarded. It's punished.
On the watch list, and the dad has an arsenal of weapons, and these weapons are legally held. So the family is on a watch list, and it has an arsenal. What the hell good is the watch list if you're going to allow that? You either have...
Also, this makes no dang sense. Are we now on board with watch lists and taking away people's weapons now? Like, is that what Jesse Waters is advocating for? That's crazy. Feels like
strict gun control, like they said, or you should let the people of Australia arm themselves to protect.
What the fuck is Fox News Patriot, bro? This is crazy.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
Cities and synagogues across the U.S. have tightened security following the targeted attack in Australia that killed at least 15 people at a Hanukkah celebration there. Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Kontursky is tracking security for us. Good morning, Aaron.
And good morning to you.
Yeah, I do see the inherent irony in Jesse Waters being a staunch advocate for red flag laws and taking away guns from people, as long as the guns are being taken away from Muslims, I guess. Which I don't disagree with. I mean, yeah, if you're fucking on a government watch list of some sort, yeah, you shouldn't have guns. I just don't think Jesse Waters agrees with that. And if, you know, the roles were reversed and we were talking about a watch list for like potential white supremacist terrorists or something, I suspect that Jesse Waters would be losing his fucking mind over such a thing. He'd be like, this is the most dangerous violation of the Second Amendment I've ever seen, you know? JD now claiming all immigrants are the most significant contributors to all ethnic hatred in the U.S. We imported a lot of people with ethnic grievances prior generations didn't have. We celebrated this as the fruits of multiculturalism. Now we're super surprised that the people we imported with ethnic grievances still have those ethnic grievances. The most significant single thing you could do is eliminate anti-Semitism and any other kind of ethnic hatred is to support our efforts to lower immigration and promote assimilation. Do you think any real racists ever get mad that JD Vance is talking like this? Where they're like, excuse me, I have homegrown my resentment towards Jews over many generations. I learned it from my daddy. He learned it from his daddy. We've been burning crosses on black people's lawns. And now this fucking Catholic convert, heretic scumbag is on the timeline talking shit, saying, oh, it was the fucking Muslims that actually brought anti-Semitism to this beautiful nation. No, the fuck it wasn't. You think any Klansmen get mad about this shit? Also, brother, your wife is Indian. I keep forgetting because I guess that's his point. He's just trying to make people forget that he's married to an Indian woman. So that, like, what are you saying? As someone with racist MAGA family members, yes, they hate it. And that's exactly why he's got no emotion. I've seen Fela and Gutfeld make anti-Semitic jokes. Their audiences didn't react well. Yeah, because boomers are the one generation that actually doesn't play with that shit because, you know, they have close proximity to World War II. Straight up. They also happen to be super pro-Israel, unfortunately. I wish that, like, their anger towards anti-Semitism also extended to, like, you know, all modern fascist movements or all identities. But yeah, this kind of stuff is positively European. This is the European approach to racism, okay? Like, it's pretty ridiculous that Europeans have the audacity, the gall to claim that anti-Semitism was exported by Muslims, okay? When one could say it was pretty much invented there and definitely perfected there, okay? But it is remarkable that they're trying to pull this shit in America as well now. Oh, it's the Muslims that brought anti-Semitism to this country. You know, when we did the American Bund movement and Nazis marched on Madison Square Garden, and then the American government also returned Jewish refugee boats back to Nazi Germany, that was a different type of anti-Semitism. When Jews were not allowed to go to college, go to the same colleges that other people were going to, or, get gainful employment in the same places that Christian Anglo-Saxon Protestants were working at. That was anti-Semitism of a different sort. That wasn't even anti-Semitism. That was something totally different, totally separate. Okay? Yeah, that was actually the plague of secret imams running the government all the way until the 1940s. FDR, Fuat Doğan Ragıp. That's right. That's his real name. Yeah, he was Mohammedan. Many people don't know this. Yeah, he wasn't just hiding the fact that he had a limp and couldn't walk because of childhood polio. He was hiding the fact that he actually received the light of Allah in his heart. It was a Islamic style anti-Semitism. Yeah, many people are saying this.
Robin, this towering menorah here is meant to be a light in dark times, and it was lit on the first night of Hanukkah under heavy guard. Police in New York and in cities across the country are stepping up security for Hanukkah celebrations. after the deadly rampage in Australia. The police commissioner here said that attack was no isolated incident, but part of what she called a wider assault on
FDR did the first takia in U.S. history.
On Jewish life. Organizers of the menorah lighting here are part of the same group that staged the doomed event on Bondi Beach, and they said they would not be cowed into canceling. So the police brought in extra officers, specialized patrols, and heavy weapons teams to fortify the plaza. And that security is going to persist all week for the duration of Hanukkah, the start of the winter holiday season, which this year, George, law enforcement officials say comes with the added threat of heightened violence. George.
It sure does. Okay.
Also, we got friend of the show, Cameron Kasky, on Jacob Tapper, the ass tapper himself. He joined Jake Tapper tonight to talk about how sacrifice for others is a core tenet of both Judaism and Islam. Let's take a look at what he said.
Talk about another response from this administration to the shooting at Brown University, Laura Loomer's response. Because Laura Loomer's response to the shooting at Brown was to scapegoat Muslims and blame it on, quote, jihadi cockroaches infesting our country.
Look at Jake's face. He's like, Cameron, I did not bring you onto my broadcast to defend Muslims, okay? You're not supposed to do that. That's only briefly allowed when Donald Trump is shitting on all Somali Americans, okay? That's the only brief window where you are allowed to say something nice about Muslims. That's it. Never before and certainly never after. You missed that window.
This is someone with strong influence at the White House, and this is a Jewish person. Well, you know who saved Jewish lives this weekend was a Muslim refugee in Australia named Ahmed. Ahmed was a good guy without a gun. He was an unarmed man who put his life on the line to stop an anti-Semitic terror attack. He was practicing ithar, which is the Islamic principle of selflessness and sacrifice. And these are values shared by Judaism and Islam. Quran.
He's a quirked out white boy right there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hit him with the surahs? What the hell, dude? Yeah, he's reading. Yeah, guess what? In the name of Allah, read. That was the first thing Allah told the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to do. Okay, that's right. Reading, also Muslimic. Many people don't know this, but reading, also a Muslimic principle.
532. Whoever saves one life, it is as if we had saved all of humanity. And what this administration wants to do is turn us against each other.
I'm not used to white people defending us Muslims on mainstream media. I might cry. No, Cam is the man.
Divide us by race, by gender identity, by religion, to make sure we are not focused on the people at the top who are profiting off of this violence.
Where did the shooter hide a gun? In Brown? I have no idea. But we apparently don't have enough fucking videos of the shooter after the incident anyway, so who knows? Anyway, yeah, better question, not where the gun was being hidden, but where is the fucking shooter, dude? Where is the fucking shooter? Wouldn't this just embolden more shooters if they are not able to catch them anymore? I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we're maxed out. Like, I think whether they catch this one or don't catch this one, I don't think you can embolden someone who is invested in doing a mass shooting in the United States of America any further. I mean, what's going to happen? Instead of one mass shooting a day, we're going to have two? Is that what's going to happen? Because at this point, it's just like it's every other day. They're maximum emboldened anyway. And it's not like they, in many circumstances, it's not like death or prosecution is the reason why they stopped themselves from engaging in such heinous acts. Many of them actually, want to die. It's like a longer version of doing suicide by cop. So, hello. Did you have a good walk? Hell yeah. Hello. Okay. There were two the day Charlie got killed. That's true. There was another. Oh no. You are dangerous. I gave you a high five when you adjusted the focus there. Yeah, the focus is fucked up again. It's always fucked up. Check out Clandis Owens. She tweeted about the meeting. Wait, I want to see. Where? Send me the link. Kaya. Place. I never figured out what the alien light was. But you guys got to link me the Clandis Owens tweet because I'm blocked by her. She said, Erica and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify intent. I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow as I'm currently exhausted, but I wanted to quickly let you guys know that absolutely nothing was held back, and the immediate result was tensions were thawed. Girl, you had the book club group in shambles. Next 2 weeks of content confirmed. I don't know. I don't know what they're... Maybe she's compromised now. Maybe she will also be an agent of Israel. They both agreed they need to make money off... Yeah. They both agreed they love one thing more than anything else, and that is making money off of Charlie's Kirk. Yeah. Candace got the boss call, it seems. Wait, there was another thing that I wanted to show you guys. Oh, in a sea of all this horrible shit... Here is a shining moment of positivity. Adapt revealed that FaZe Apex, who is Palestinian, for those of you who don't know, famously put me in contact with Norm Finkelstein, even though we never ended up doing that collaboration. Shouts out to FaZe Apex. Shouts out to Adapt. But FaZe Apex sent in videos of the kids in Gaza that he donated $40K to during the FaZe Subathon and was grateful to be able to help the school and the kids.
Bro, there's a bunch of videos,
Something
a bunch
here
of
is
photos.
happening with SGF, a gathering, a sweet corner, and a taste everyone has missed. Introducing the Shawarma Day, a moment of comfort, love, and home for displaced children in the North Gulf.
Do y'all see this in the background though? Wait for it. This is us, man. We did this, man. And it's so special because it's really changing lives. Look at it. It says on the banner, man. Generously donated by FaZe Adapt. You can kind of see it, bro. It's so special, bro.
It's so sick. That's dope. Adapt is fucking amazing.
We did this, man. Is that not so cool, bro? Shout out to the vlog, man, and everyone who's a part of that, who made that possible. That's really cool, man. That was like the coolest shit that I ever feel like I've been a part of. Like being able to see like what I'm doing is really affecting and impacting what's going on in a positive way, man. Like, bro, like some of these pictures are crazy, man.
I called this lady, called him FaZe Apex because you were watching the CS Major. No, dude. No, FaZe Apex is Palestinian. And he connected me back in the day with Norm Finkelstein. And FaZe Apex is the one who sent him the videos of the kids in Gaza to FaZe Adapt. This video of the kids in Gaza. It's a different FaZe content creator, one of the OG FaZe guys. This is Adapt.
Like,
how did FaZe Apex know Norm? Because he's Palestinian, brother. That's what it is.
I'm just really grateful, man. Thank you to everyone who made this
I guess Adapt is
possible
also kind of
and
OG. He
was
is OG
a
as
part
well.
Of the subathon or whatever, man. It's just like shit like this really really matters to me, and I feel like it's really important, and I'm glad that I got to be in a position to be able to do that. You know, super cool shit, bro. And I seen that yesterday. Apex sent me an update, and like there's a bunch of videos and photos, but I wanted to show y'all first before
Phase up
anything, bro, because it was us, you know, that did that, man.
Phase the fuck up, dude. I'm never phasing down. I don't give a fuck. Phase up. Yeah. Every Palestinian personally knows Norm. Exactly. But like unironically, I do believe that. Yes. Every Palestinian American is like 1 degree removed from Norm Finkelstein, I think. Yeah. FaZe Finkelstein, rise up. Is there someone every Turkish person knows? No. Eric Adams. Yeah. FaZe Finkelstein, baby. I'm Palestinian. When do I get to meet him? He's too much of a celebrity now. The most vindicated man. How has Norm Finkelstein been on Candace Owens and not on your broadcast? Because I'm washed. He's avoiding me. No, it's just, I kind of gave up a while ago. I gave up a while ago because the man doesn't even have he only has a landline, dude. Like when Brace did the thing with him on TrueAnon, he literally, when you say he's active on IG a lot now, no, that's not him. That's his assistant. He has a person that he calls by landline to dictate his tweets to. Okay. That's like a person that does all of that correspondence for him. I've talked to that person. You guys, I'm telling you right now, when TrueAnon did the podcast episode with Norm, they went to his house. Brace told me At some point, Norm had to literally disconnect his landline because his phone kept going off, which is the only mode of correspondence you can have unless you see him personally in the real world. I got in touch with Finkelstein to get him on your show, and he didn't know he didn't fuck with you because you flaked on him, according to Norm. Wait, really? I did not flake on him. What the fuck? I can't tell if you're fucking around or not. Wait, actually, he said that? I am 100. No. Norm thinks I flaked on him? Oh, no. Okay. I'll fix it. I'm going to DM his assistant. He's ducking your washed ass. Untrue. Norm has done video interviews with Zateo and Al Jazeera. Yes, that's what we were trying to do. But he had so many rules and restrictions on how this interview must be conducted that I kind of gave up on it. It's true. That part is also true. He will do video interviews, but you have to like do it whichever way he wants to do it. Freaky Grandpa, Freaky Unc collab. No, I didn't flake on him. Oh God. I fumbled the bag. I did not fumble the bag. We'll fix it. The NDP just disqualified a leadership candidate by claiming Norm's work is anti-Semitic. Ugh. Why does he think you flaked on him? I don't know. Can't believe he did this to face Finkelstein. What happened to never phasing down? It's true. Is my fault. I'll take ownership. Generational fumble. I'll take ownership over that. Okay. Face Fink. I'm so sorry. Oh, Tommy Lauren has established her fucking battle lines in the Candace Owens ship, by the way.
I understand why she'd want to take this meeting because she wants to put it to rest. Yeah. And I understand because I think she's discovered by now that it's not going away anytime soon. I personally, if I were her, I wouldn't do the meeting. I wouldn't give this other person any content because that's what this person is going to use it for, content. Because when you have...
She's so jealous. Every day of the week, she has to remind herself that Candace Owens is everything she could have been, but she went the Fox News route, and then they back-pocketed her in the back rooms of Fox Nation. Young talent, young enterprising talent on the Republican side. At the same time that I was blowing up, she was fucking explosive. She was blowing the fuck up, okay? I'm unashamed to admit that a big part of my early viral moments was dunking on Tommy Lauren over and over and over again. And then she had an astronomical fall off and fizzled out because she went the traditional media route. Part of that was because she also came out and had a unique moment of sincerity where she said, you know, women should be able to have the choice to get an abortion, which is ironic because her position is literally the normal position and her position is the popular position in the Republican Party now. But at the time, the Republicans were like, how dare you say that? Who is this? She looks nothing like what she did then as well. Yeah, she's changed his look a lot as well.
Have nothing else to talk about. When you're not talking about conservative policy, when you're not talking about the conservative agenda or talking about young college conservatives.
What blew her up originally? Same thing that blows up all these guys. Whatever the most significant racist flavor of the month is. You know, she was doing everything but just fucking calling Kaepernick the N-word, basically. Everything short of calling him the N-word she did. That was like a big thing for her. Yeah, she blew up on Facebook, and so did I. It was just a lot of fucking racist rage bait. Yeah, all the OG HasanAbi heads know me from that. Yeah, that's how I discovered your videos on Facebook talking about her funny grill ass. Yeah, all the oldest fans that I have are from that era. This is not even it. Like, this isn't even it. I'm talking like 2017, 2018. Yeah. Tommy Lauren, Kaepernick turned NFL workout into a circus. This is when they backpocketed her. At the peak of peak woke, people would also get mad at me for jokingly trying to do an Instagram promotion by saying, hey, DM me on Instagram, Tommy Lauren. They would get mad at me for that. They were like, why do you want to fuck like a racist blonde girl? I was like, I didn't actually. I was just trying to plug my Instagram. I know you since 2016 Trump election, and Tommy Lauren also was popular right then. Yeah. I mean, it was a lifetime ago, chatter. It was a lifetime ago. That was literally 2016, 2017. That is almost a fucking decade ago at this point. Norm talks to Clandis. Ansar Allah talks to Hinkle. Pezeshkian talks to Tucker. Bro, maybe the left does something wrong and all revolutionaries choose right-wing amplification. Shaking my head. I like that you put Norm Finkelstein next to Ansar Allah and next to Pezeshkian. That's insane. Anyway, Almost 10 years of fan is crazy. We need to have a 10-year event for your career and fans like a recap. Where's Little Bear? Fuck you, it was 3 years ago. It was 2019. What are you guys arguing about in the chat? Lake McGroove has been following HasanAbi for 7 years, 4 months, 10 days, and 4 hours. That's crazy, bro. God damn, I have some old-ass fucking followers. It's crazy. It's real. Oh, there was also this attempt I need to address. Meanwhile, Barry Weiss' outlet, The Free Press, is hilariously trying to tie Fuentes to the progressive left. The intersectionality of Nick Fuentes. The Groyper's worldview is a Frankenstein made out of the race essentialism of the progressive left, says Rod Dreher. Yeah, that's going to work totally. That seems like that seems exactly the type of commentary that people are demanding. They want to hear about how fucking woke neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes is. Awesome. 7 years for me too, just turned 30. Holy fuck, you've been watching me since we were 23. Jesus Christ. 23 to 30. God damn. Yeah, Nick Fuentes, the left-wing political commentator.
It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
I have the...
Dude, 2025 sucked ass, bro. It was really an ass year. Look at this 2025 brain rot compilation.
one and only 24 karat gold Labubu.
Did you guys go to the Louvre today?
I am Gen Z.
Is having a boyfriend embarrassed any day the sun.
My jeans are blue.
Because if you think about it, Madam Marble, flip it around, Wicked Witch.
Yeah. Everyone keeps saying the gorillas would win, but actually the men would win, and I'll explain why.
It's not.
Of course, America-centric. I mean, it didn't even cover a fraction of the fucking memes, even in the United States of America, chatter. What do you mean? Like, it's all right. Speaking of 2025 sucking, how are your predictions holding up? Well, since we're nearing that time of the year, I think we should look at some of my predictions. That fish was at my island. How do you guys know about that? Where did I put them, though? I don't even know where they are. Where are my fucking predictions? Is it on my documents? Yeah, I know, but I don't know where it is. Yeah. Okay, someone in the chat must have posted it on, updates. Okay, there it is. The updates account did. Okay. You guys might remember some of this. You guys probably don't. 2025 fitness goals. Midterm, maintain 50% body fat, which I did. Long-term, put on board muscle mass. I didn't do. Okay. BP, be able to 225 15 times. Couldn't do that. Not 15 times. Can do it 10 times. Deadlift. That was the bench press goal. Deadlift. Be able to 1 rep max 555. I think I can do that. I'm not sure. Squat 315 for 12. Can't do that. Basketball. Increase vert. Become more explosive. Dunk consistently / in a game. Literally all of that is happened in the exact opposite direction. I have lost vertical and lost an ankle. I basically broke both of my ankles throughout numerous parts of the year. Focus on recovery, strengthening lower body, avoid injuries. Wow. Do combat sport. Didn't do that. Dancing lessons with other content creators on stream. Didn't do that. Content goals. Be more in tune with viral things happening. TikTok. Well, I guess I did become viral, but not in the way that I wanted to. Focus on more fun React content, more collabs, reshape community to have more diverse, fun tent. Bring back TV show React meta. Literally did none of those things. Lean into clip farming. Didn't do any of that. Smile more. Didn't do that at all. Oh my God, I didn't do anything. I guess I did a dance lesson in Japan, so there's that. But it wasn't like consistent. On the bright side, Kaya got way more popular. True, Kaya is now more popular than me. And I did do sumo on stream, but it doesn't... Yes, you did smile more. You were so smiley in China. Okay, fair. I was smiling more when I actually was doing... I guess technically I did do those things. You're right. I did do some combat sports, and I did travel a lot more. DreamCon, more basketball content. Fixed shot with lethal shooter. Never ended up doing that. Track racing. Wait, track racing? Oh, like with a car. Didn't do that. Learn to ride a motorcycle. Didn't do that. More fun content on the second channel. Rebrand. Didn't do that. More TikTok exclusive content, unless it's banned. It won't be banned. I was right about that, by the way. That's a right prediction. Get at least one high-profile interview that seems insane. Luigi Mangione, or the guy that shot Shinzo Abe. Definitely did do that. I did do that. That did happen. A lot, actually. AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mamdani, Mélenchon. Did a fuck ton of those, okay? Swim with the fishes to defeat your fears. Didn't do that. More community content. Okay, buddy, twice a month. Chad Vice monthly. More Chad Vice. We did do that. Okay, buddy, definitely didn't do that at all this year. P.O. Box didn't bring up. Dating profile review didn't do that. Dating games, yes. Scary games, no. More gaming, yes and no. Finish Elden Ring DLC, no. Collabs, cooking streams with Cutie. Cosplay with Emeru, no. Travel stream with Nick Pollum, no, but travel stream, yes. Maya Zoo review with Stavi, no. Jeff Nippard, no. Squeezy did collab with him. Queso did not collaborate with him. More fear and shared experiences, yes. Travel, Japan, Japanuary. China, yes. Thailand, no. France, yes. Vietnam, no. Korea, no. Canada, no. But I did go to Ireland instead. Kaya, take Kaya to experience snow for the first time. Kaya's second birthday, Kaya Beach Day. Literally did none of those things. None of those things at all. Look at this fat ass sleeping. Doesn't even realize that I actually made promises to her that I did not keep. I guess I am abusive after all. People were right about that. Life goals, take more time off streaming. LOL. Did not happen. Self-care, 1 time a month. Definitely no. Get less angry at chatters. I feel like I succeeded at that. Less focus on bait, unless it's funny. I did not succeed at that. Let's be real. No more cursing. No more cursing. Generate more positive vibes. Have people be more charitable to you. PR year continues. Hire a PA. Well, technically, yes. Get a new car. Okay, so we got some of those things locked down. Okay? You didn't do shit. PR year. It was a PR year. It was actually a PR year, low key. There was a lot of good PR, and then there were also a lot of bad PR. I say no more cursing every year. Don't take that seriously. But now we get to the good stuff. 2025 predictions. If you watch your old streams, you were way more grumpy. I was also way happier on my old streams too, though. My highs were high, my lows were low. Now it's just more like neutral and then negative. Trump gets Bibi to secure a hostage deal while North Gaza is permanently annexed, only to re-up and rearm Israel as it increases hostilities in the West Bank to perma-annex West Bank. Check. Aggressive prosecution in direct violation of the First Amendment over pro-Palestinian sentiment. Worse than even Brandon. Check. Mamala writes her book. It sucks. Everyone makes fun of her. Career over. Check. No lib resistance this time. Trump and Trumpian far-right politics are now the norm. Check. Institutions that previously would present themselves as liberal now behave openly and outwardly right-wing. Check. Trump and Elon fallout. Crash and burn. Check. Oh, this part was wrong. I said it's because they're thin-skinned. I was right, but I said China. Elon's connections to China, not necessarily. That wasn't the reason. Mass deportation initiatives are started, but never reached the numbers Trump promises since it's quite negatively impactful on the economy. Check. More celebrities are openly Trump. Check. TikTok doesn't get banned. Check. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't get locked up by the ICC. Trump will go to great lengths to protect Israel. Check. Trump sucks. Will cause the right-wing content market to continue growing, but will set the stage for their inevitable demise. Check. Holy fuck, dude. Mamala 1 is not a check. Lamar, her career is not over. She's literally gearing up for 2028. Okay. Sure. You should do something with this politics stuff. Yeah, you're right. I feel like I nailed a lot of this stuff. I should maybe think about doing politics. I would love to see an Asmongold try to tackle one of these things. Like, what are his political predictions for 2026? You know, boobs will get bigger in video games. That's it. That's the only thing. At least one massively consequential natural disaster. Check. We are, I mean, more than that, of course. We are fully gearing up for war with China. Liberals who previously critiqued Trump will defend him on his initiatives in this direction. Yes and no. I mean, yes, but also, I guess like with respect to the tariffs, they didn't really do that, but everything else they did. They are also totally on board with the Venezuela stuff, which is technically in the direction of war with China. So check again. Liberals were iffy on the tariffs, but totally on board with war in Venezuela. So, you know, depending on how EU reacts, either American hegemony is permanently shattered or their fears of China cause the EU to also treat Trump like a savior. I gave you a wishy-washy response on this, but it's also literally what has taken place. Neither? No, it's not neither. What are you, crazy? Both is happening right now. Literally both are happening. American hegemony is called into question around the global stage, but yes, because of the overarching fears of China, Eurolibs are still... They called Trump daddy, man. Mark Rutte called Trump daddy. He said, Daddy Trump. The fuck are you talking about? They sucked his ass every day of the week this last year. Europe far-right swing continues. Check. Canada will not be annexed into the U.S. check. This was the only bad prediction. I said PP victory for Canada. It did not happen. Okay. Canadians literally, with all of the animosity that Trump created around like the annexation conversation, they literally were able to cook PP, and Karl Marx Carney was the liberal savior. Security agreements over Panama and maybe Greenland, no annexation. That didn't necessarily happen. I mean, I guess the security agreement over Panama did, but nothing on Greenland. We got Stephen Harper 2.0 instead. But yeah, of course, no annexation of Greenland. RFK dies in a very weird way where it takes a long time to figure out what did it. Joke prediction. That was more so me memeing that if RFK died, that it would take a fucking month for the autopsy to come through. They'd be like, which one is it? It could be any number of different things. Okay. Grand Theft Auto 6 is delayed. Marvel rivals dead meta Overwatch 2 style. And a lot of you motherfuckers act like I don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about gaming. Wrong about Marvel rivals. Packwatch, Joe Brandon, Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell already dead. Well, I got 1 out of 3. And Joe Brandon did literally get ass cancer. So close enough. Wait, didn't Mitch McConnell die? Wait, is Mitch McConnell still alive? Hold on. Oh my God, Mitch McConnell's still alive. I thought he died, bro. I literally, in my head canon, I thought he was dead. It was Dick Cheney. I was thinking of Dick Cheney. Define alive. Like, what? Are you really alive at this point? Like, is Joe Brandon actually alive? We don't know. Is Nancy Pelosi actually alive? We don't know. Is Mitch McConnell actually alive? We don't know. Like, we're assuming that these guys are alive, but I don't think they are. Bro, we get our news from you. Okay, bitch, look at this, okay? This is the reason why you come to me for reliable analysis. Not this. I literally saw a clip of him today.
I want to give President Trump credit for backing Israel.
Okay, let me tell you something, okay? I'm sorry, but am I wrong? Is he really alive? Like, can you say this is a live person?
I want to give President Trump credit for backing Israel at a moment of high stakes, for seizing the opportunity Israel created to strike Iran, and for pushing for lasting peace. But ultimately, the pace of progress toward peace needs to be set by Israel. The decision to advance further in the ceasefire framework.
There's something so funny about basically being on 1 HP and still using the last bit of battery power you have to be like, it's so awesome that you bombed Iran for Israel, Mr. President. like, brother, you're fucking just stay at home. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He had to suck on adrenochrome to be able to get up there on that stage and be like, I love Israel. I love Israel so much. It just doesn't make sense. You're basically dead. And with the remaining juice you have in the body, you're still like, I gotta Israel. I'm Israel high.
Should be Israel's to make. The Jewish state will determine its own.
What are your thoughts on it?
District.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you. That's okay. What are your thoughts?
This was in 2023. This man is still not dead. How is that possible, bro? Actually, how is that possible? How is that possible? He's been dead since 2023, bro. You will never convince me. He's no different than the Santa animatronic behind me. But instead of bringing joy by dancing, every time someone passes in front of him, he goes, Allah, Israel. We need to give $20 trillion to Israel, lest I call you an anti-Semite.
Thoughts on running for re-election?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
Mitch McConnell, your days are numbered. Your time has come and passed. HasanAbi live production, you got to do this more in 2026. True. I just, like, what's the point? What's the fucking point? Why? I don't understand why you are so aggressively holding on to whatever crumb of power you have when you can't even fucking, like, recognize it, you know? Why did you change your setup? What, isn't it nicer? Mitch is still spry. He's got, 2026 is going to be his year, dude. Let's revisit some of the predictions I made in the beginning of this year. Seems like a lot of them came true. Anyway, is 2026 going to be better, right, Hostradamus? No. Why would it be better? You are Kalshi's worst nightmare. What is this? RIP mini fridge? Oh yeah, I had a little baby fridge.
RCTA? Race change to another?
Little baby fridge back then. Another day of lying to the gaming frogs. Okay, shut up. Bro, the baby fridge was elite. Once you got some size, you changed. Yeah, true. Fame changed me. The baby fridge was goated. I could only keep like 4 beverages in there though. It was kind of shit. You went twink to twonk? Thank you. How many bevs do you go through a day, be honest? I don't know, like 6, 7? I hate myself. That was automated BDS. It was the best. You need a soda stream? Okay, dude. Are you gonna unban people again this year? Yeah. We'll do a unbanning. We'll do a unban stream. When are you doing 2026 predictions? I don't know. Soon.
If we can, let's switch gears. Want to get to a few topics with you. Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, is playing.
Are you gonna do worst tweets of the year? I do want to do that. Will you unban phone numbers? What does that mean? Phone numbers? Please do. I got banned from my other account. I'm going to do banana peels this week at some point. But for now, I'm tired. Okay? So that's all I'm going to do for today. I know everybody gets mad and says, oh my God, you're not playing video games tonight. But it's another day. Yeah, my mom is in the background saying, you're sick. You can take some time off. He's right. All right. Remember like 8 months ago when you said the later half of the stream would be fun stuff? Yes, I do remember that, and I will bring that up. Okay, that will happen in the upcoming year, but that's not the goals, and the predictions are for a different day. You're not sick, you're wounded, and it was self-inflicted. Okay, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm wounded, you're right, but it's not self-inflicted. Okay, calm down. Playing basketball at 34 years old is not automatic injury. Give this chatter what they need. It's been 3 years. What is this? Yo, Hasan, Auntie Piker told me that you've been enjoying One Piece lately, so I decided to repost this all drawing as you as Shichibukai. Hope you enjoy the journey, you fucking weeb. Oh my God. This is beautiful. Oh my God, this is literally from December 18th, 2022. Oh my God, what a heater. What a banger. My style has changed since then. Yo, I've been trying to send this fan art to you a bunch of times since 2023, but it always seems to miss you. Maybe this is a good way to send it. I don't know anymore. One last time, maybe. 3 years later, dude. Chatter vindicated. All right. That was beautiful, chatter. Anyway, I love you guys. And hopefully I'll have less pain in my body tomorrow. Peace. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments. Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS REACTLORD friend gets broken cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic. Months of streaming in your home. Total radicalization.